Tonight, we step into a city that smelled like lilacs on the night everything changed. 49,000 people went to sleep with their windows open, and by morning, every one of them would be told to leave. I first read about Pripyat in a second-hand copy of Voices from Chernobyl, and the detail that stayed with me was this. The children played in the ash. They thought it was snow. That stuck with me. Now, dim the lights, settle in, and let's ease into tonight's journey. The lilacs were blooming in Pripyat on the night of April 25, 1986. That detail matters. I keep coming back to it. The city smelled like spring. That heavy, almost unbearable sweetness that lilacs put out for exactly 2 weeks a year. And the windows were open because it was warm, and people were sleeping with that smell drifting through their curtains and across the flat, marshy land to the southeast. The lights of the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin nuclear power station glowed steady on the horizon, the way they always did. Pripyat was 9 years old. It had been built specifically to house the workers of that plant. A purpose-built Soviet city, model of the socialist future. Everything clean and new and intentional. The average age of its residents was 26. Think about that for a moment. 26, an entire city of young people. There were 49,360 people living there, and almost all of them had arrived within the last decade. Had been assigned apartments and careers and futures in this particular place. This experiment in what a planned city could be when you started from nothing. They had a culture palace with chandeliers, a proper one, marble floors, a concert hall, theater performances, a cinema. They had a hotel. They had a supermarket that was, by Soviet standards, well-stocked, because priority workers at priority installations received priority allocations. They had a sports complex with an indoor swimming pool, one of the largest in the region. Its lanes painted the particular shade of blue that echoes off the ceiling tiles of every public pool in the world, that particular blue that smells like chlorine, and reverberates with the sound of splashing children. There were children in that pool most days, young parents who had moved here in their early 20s and were raising the first Pripyat-born generation. They had a fairground with a Ferris wheel that was scheduled to open for May Day celebrations 6 days away. The workers assembling the fairground had been working through the week. The bumper cars were ready. The ride operators had been assigned their schedules. The children had never seen the Ferris wheel move. To live in Pripyat in April 1986 was to live in a place that was, by most measures available to its residents, good. The apartments were small by Western standards, but newer and cleaner than most Soviet housing. The streets were wide. There were trees. Young trees, planted on a grid, not yet old enough to form the kind of canopy that makes a city feel inhabited at the cellular level, but growing. The infrastructure was reliable. The water ran. The elevators worked more often than not. People had jobs and salaries and the particular Soviet comfort of a state that, whatever its constraints, promised you a certain floor of provision. Saturday night in Pripyat meant people out on the weekend, spring warmth inviting lingering in the courtyards of the apartment blocks, couples walking, young men in small groups. The smell of food from open windows. If you were out on those streets, the plant on the horizon was simply the plant. The thing that the city existed because of, the thing that employed a husband or a father or the husband's colleagues, the thing that glowed steadily on the flat horizon the way it always glowed. Unremarkable as a street lamp. The workers at Reactor number 4 that night were young too. Leonid Toptunov was 25 years old and had been a senior reactor control engineer for exactly 3 months. 3 months. He had been through training, had passed his certifications, had been assessed as competent, and he had been, there is no suggestion he was not. But 3 months is 3 months, and there is a quality of knowledge that only comes from time. From the accumulation of small incidents and near misses and the gradual building of intuition about how a particular machine behaves. He was 25 and he had been certified for 3 months, and he was working the night shift on April 25th. Alexander Akimov, his shift foreman, was 33. He had a reputation for caution. His colleagues called him a reliable man, someone who followed procedures, someone you trusted. He had a family. He had, by all accounts, the kind of temperament that makes a good engineer: methodical, careful, unwilling to cut corners, attentive to what his instruments were telling him. These are the traits that in almost every other circumstance make a person safe to work alongside in a nuclear plant. They were tired. The test they were about to run. A safety test, ironically, designed to see if the turbines could generate enough power during a coast down to run the cooling pumps in an emergency, had been delayed by 12 hours because the Kiev grid controller needed the power that afternoon. The electrical grid serving the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic had needed the output of reactor number 4 that day, and so the grid controller had told them to hold, and so they had held. That delay matters more than it might seem. The day shift had started the preparations for the test. They had begun the process of reducing reactor power to the level required for the procedure. Then their shift ended, and they handed off to the evening crew, and the evening crew continued the preparations, waiting for the grid controller's release, and then their shift ended too. And the night crew arrived to find themselves inheriting a test that had been in a state of half preparation for half a day. A test that the night crew had not been briefed for in the way that the day shift had been briefed. Now it was past 1 in the morning, and the people running this test had not originally been scheduled to run it at all. They were implementing someone else's preparation, following a test protocol that had been in suspended animation for 12 hours, in a reactor that had been held in an unusual configuration for longer than intended. Anatoly Dyatlov was the deputy chief engineer of the plant. He was 55, a physicist by training, a man who had worked in nuclear power since the early days of the Soviet program, a man who had overseen operations for years at this plant, and who carried, in the way that powerful men in hierarchical systems sometimes carry, a certainty about the correctness of his own judgment that had been reinforced by years of mostly being deferred to. He had already received a significant radiation dose years earlier, during an incident at a reactor in the Soviet Far East that he had managed and survived. An incident that had given him a dose that showed up in his medical records and that his colleagues knew about. He was the one driving the test. He was the one who had been waiting all day for the grid controller to release them. By the time the night crew took over, his mood was not good. He had been at the plant for a long time on a day that had been frustrating, in the particular way that delays are frustrating when you are a person accustomed to things going according to plan. A person who has been sitting on his authority all afternoon waiting to use it. This is something I want you to hold on to as the story unfolds. Not because Dyatlov was uniquely villainous, though he carried real culpability, and though his behavior in the hours before and after the explosion was by any reasonable assessment a contributing factor in what happened. But because what happened in that control room was a cascade of institutional pressure, exhaustion, flawed design, and the particular Soviet habit of making problems disappear by not acknowledging them, no single person built the trap. Many people, over many years, had quietly assembled it. The RBMK reactor design had a known flaw that the operators had not been told about. The test protocol had been approved through channels that did not adequately communicate safety concerns, the culture of the plant. The culture of the entire Soviet nuclear apparatus, from the design bureaus in Moscow down to the shift engineers in Pripyat, was one in which delivering a completed test on schedule was, in practice, weighted more heavily than procedural caution. This was not written anywhere. It did not need to be. It was expressed in every interaction between a supervisor and a subordinate, in which the subordinate understood what kind of news was welcome and what kind was not. Dyatlov wanted the test done. The test would be done outside. The city slept. An 18-year-old girl named Natasha Yuvchenko had recently married Alexander Yuvchenko, a young engineer at the plant, and they had moved into one of the new apartment buildings. Block 4 or 5, the buildings closest to the main road, the ones with the best view of the tree-lined boulevard that was the city's spine. She was sleeping with the window open because the night was warm, And the lilacs were blooming, and she was 18 and newly married, and her husband was at work, and her whole life was in front of her, and everything was the specific way that everything is when you are 18 and in love and living in a city that smells like spring. Her husband Alexander was at the plant that night, working as a mechanical engineer in the service of the reactor block. He would be on shift when the explosion occurred. He would survive. The way he survived and what it cost him is part of this story. But that is still a few hours away, and right now it is the night of April 25th, and the lilacs are blooming, and the Ferris wheel is painted and ready and waiting for May Day. In the control room of Reactor number 4, Leonid Toptonov sat at his station and waited for the order. The test was scheduled to begin at 1:23 in the morning. People went to sleep with their windows open. 49 seconds later, though they wouldn't know this until morning, and some wouldn't know it ever, a nuclear reactor did something that physics said a nuclear reactor cannot do. It exploded. And then the strangest part, the part that still doesn't make sense, 40 years later, is what happened next. Nothing. No sirens, no warnings, 36 hours of silence. But that hadn't happened yet. The lilacs were blooming in Pripyat on the night of April 25th, 1986. That detail matters. I keep coming back to it. The city smelled like spring. That heavy, almost unbearable sweetness that lilacs put out for exactly 2 weeks a year. And the windows were open because it was warm, and people were sleeping with that smell drifting through their curtains and across the flat, marshy land to the southeast. The lights of the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin nuclear power station glowed steady on the horizon, the way they always did. Pripyat was 9 years old. It had been built specifically to house the workers of that plant. A purpose-built Soviet city, model of the socialist future, everything clean and new and intentional. The average age of its residents was 26. Think about that for a moment. 26. An entire city of young people. There were 49,360 people living there, and almost all of them had arrived within the last decade. Had been assigned apartments and careers and futures in this particular place, this experiment in what a planned city could be when you started from nothing. They had a culture palace with chandeliers, a proper one, marble floors, a concert hall, theater performances, a cinema. They had a hotel. They had a supermarket that was, by Soviet standards, well-stocked because priority workers at priority installations received priority allocations. They had a sports complex with an indoor swimming pool, one of the largest in the region. Its lanes painted the particular shade of blue that echoes off the ceiling tiles of every public pool in the world, that particular blue that smells like chlorine, and reverberates with the sound of splashing children. There were children in that pool most days, young parents who had moved here in their early 20s and were raising the first Pripyat-born generation. They had a fairground with a Ferris wheel that was scheduled to open for May Day celebrations 6 days away. The workers assembling the fairground had been working through the week. The bumper cars were ready. The ride operators had been assigned their schedules. The children had never seen the Ferris wheel move. To live in Pripyat in April 1986 was to live in a place that was, by most measures available to its residents, good. The apartments were small by Western standards, but newer and cleaner than most Soviet housing. The streets were wide. There were trees. Young trees planted on a grid, not yet old enough to form the kind of canopy that makes a city feel inhabited at the cellular level, but growing. The infrastructure was reliable. The water ran. The elevators worked more often than not. People had jobs and salaries and the particular Soviet comfort of a state that, whatever its constraints, promised you a certain floor of provision. Saturday night in Pripyat meant people out on the weekend, spring warmth inviting lingering in the courtyards of the apartment blocks, couples walking, young men in small groups. The smell of food from open windows. If you were out on those streets, the plant on the horizon was simply the plant. The thing that the city existed because of, the thing that employed a husband, or a father or the husband's colleagues, the thing that glowed steadily on the flat horizon the way it always glowed. unremarkable as a street lamp. The workers at Reactor number 4 that night were young too. Leonid Toptanov was 25 years old and had been a senior reactor control engineer for exactly 3 months. 3 months. He had been through training, had passed his certifications, had been assessed as competent. And he had been, there is no suggestion he was not. But 3 months is 3 months, and there is a quality of knowledge that only comes from time. From the accumulation of small incidents and near misses, and the gradual building of intuition about how a particular machine behaves. He was 25 and he had been certified for 3 months, and he was working the night shift on April 25th. Alexander Akimov, his shift foreman, was 33. He had a reputation for caution. His colleagues called him a reliable man, someone who followed procedures, someone you trusted. He had a family. He had, by all accounts, the kind of temperament that makes a good engineer. Methodical, careful, unwilling to cut corners, attentive to what his instruments were telling him. These are the traits that, in almost every other circumstance, make a person safe to work alongside in a nuclear plant. They were tired. The test they were about to run. A safety test, ironically, designed to see if the turbines could generate enough power during a coast down to run the cooling pumps in an emergency, had been delayed by 12 hours because the Kiev grid controller needed the power that afternoon. The electrical grid serving the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic had needed the output of Reactor number 4 that day, and so the grid controller had told them to hold, and so they had held. That delay matters more than it might seem. The day shift had started the preparations for the test. They had begun the process of reducing reactor power to the level required for the procedure. Then their shift ended, and they handed off to the evening crew, and the evening crew continued the preparations, waiting for the grid controller's release. And then their shift ended too. And the night crew arrived to find themselves inheriting a test that had been in a state of half preparation for half a day. A test that the night crew had not been briefed for in the way that the day shift had been briefed. Now it was past 1 in the morning, and the people running this test had not originally been scheduled to run it at all. They were implementing someone else's preparation, following a test protocol that had been in suspended animation for 12 hours. In a reactor that had been held in an unusual configuration for longer than intended. Anatoly Dyatlov was the deputy chief engineer of the plant. He was 55, a physicist by training, a man who had worked in nuclear power since the early days of the Soviet program, a man who had overseen operations for years at this plant, and who carried, in the way that powerful men in hierarchical systems sometimes carry, a certainty about the correctness of his own judgment that had been reinforced by years of mostly being deferred to. He had already received a significant radiation dose years earlier, during an incident at a reactor in the Soviet Far East that he had managed and survived. An incident that had given him a dose that showed up in his medical records and that his colleagues knew about. He was the one driving the test. He was the one who had been waiting all day for the grid controller to release them. By the time the night crew took over, his mood was not good. He had been at the plant for a long time on a day that had been frustrating in the particular way that delays are frustrating when you are a person accustomed to things going according to plan. A person who has been sitting on his authority all afternoon waiting to use it. This is something I want you to hold on to as the story unfolds. Not because Dyatlov was uniquely villainous, though he carried real culpability, and though his behavior in the hours before and after the explosion was, by any reasonable assessment, a contributing factor in what happened. But because what happened in that control room was a cascade of institutional pressure, exhaustion, flawed design, and the particular Soviet habit of making problems disappear by not acknowledging them. No single person built the trap. Many people over many years had quietly assembled it. The RBMK reactor design had a known flaw that the operators had not been told about. The test protocol had been approved through channels that did not adequately communicate safety concerns. The culture of the plant. The culture of the entire Soviet nuclear apparatus, from the design bureaus in Moscow down to the shift engineers in Pripyat, was one in which delivering a completed test on schedule was, in practice, weighted more heavily than procedural caution. This was not written anywhere. It did not need to be. It was expressed in every interaction between a supervisor and a subordinate, in which the subordinate understood what kind of news was welcome and what kind was not. Dyatlov wanted the test done. The test would be done. Outside, the city slept. An 18-year-old girl named Natasha Yuvchenko had recently married Alexander Yuvchenko, a young engineer at the plant, and they had moved into one of the new apartment buildings. Block 4 or 5, the buildings closest to the main road, the ones with the best view of the tree-lined boulevard that was the city's spine. She was sleeping with the window open because the night was warm. And the lilacs were blooming, and she was 18 and newly married, and her husband was at work, and her whole life was in front of her, and everything was the specific way that everything is when you are 18 and in love and living in a city that smells like spring. Her husband Alexander was at the plant that night, working as a mechanical engineer in the service of the reactor block. He would be on shift when the explosion occurred. He would survive. The way he survived and what it cost him is part of this story. But that is still a few hours away, and right now it is the night of April 25th, and the lilacs are blooming, and the Ferris wheel is painted and ready and waiting for May Day. In the control room of Reactor number 4, Leonid Toptunov sat at his station and waited for the order. The test was scheduled to begin at 1:23 in the morning. On April 26, 1986, Alexander Akimov initiated the safety test. He reduced the flow of steam to the turbines. This was the planned procedure. The turbine, now coasting, would gradually slow, and the test would measure whether its remaining rotational energy, the kinetic energy stored in 200 tons of spinning steel, could power the cooling pumps long enough to bridge the gap before backup diesel generators kicked in. It was a straightforward engineering measurement. It had been run before, not successfully enough to satisfy the safety requirements, which was why it was being run again. It was the 4th attempt. What Akimov and Toptunov and Dyatlov and everyone else in that room did not fully appreciate. What the reactor's designers had not adequately communicated, what a crucial safety report from 1983 had described, but which many operators had never read. What had been known inside the design bureau for years without being transmitted to the people who actually operated the machines, was what their particular reactor, the RBMK 1000, would do in the conditions they had created. Most reactors in the world are designed around a principle of passive safety. The idea that when something goes wrong, the physics of the system naturally wants to slow down and stabilize. This is not a comforting piece of trivia. It is a fundamental design requirement. A reactor that wants to run away needs to be actively controlled every moment. A reactor that wants to slow down can be managed even if the control systems fail. The RBMK ran on ordinary water as its coolant, and it used graphite as its moderator, the material that slows neutrons down to the speed where they can sustain a chain reaction. Most reactor designs have what's called a negative void coefficient. When water in the core turns to steam, when voids, bubbles, gaps appear in the coolant, the reaction slows down. Fewer neutrons are moderated correctly. Less fission occurs. The reaction reduces the temperature reduces the steam reduces the voids, and the system finds its equilibrium again. It's self-correcting. It wants to stabilize. The RBMK had a positive void coefficient at low power. When water turned to steam, the reaction sped up. When voids appeared, more neutrons found graphite to slow them down, and more fission occurred, which heated more water, which created more steam, which created more voids, which produced more neutrons. You see where this goes. The system at low power was not self-correcting. It was self-amplifying, and on the morning of April 26th, after the 12-hour delay, reactor number 4 was running at a power level far below where it was supposed to be for the test. It had been brought down too low during the delay. The reactor had become what engineers call xenon poisoned. Xenon 135, a normal byproduct of fission, had accumulated in the core while the reactor ran at reduced power. Xenon-135 absorbs neutrons very efficiently. It was acting as an invisible brake, suppressing the chain reaction, making it harder to raise power. To bring power back up to the test level, the operators had withdrawn nearly all of the control rods from the core. The rods of neutron-absorbing material that, when inserted, slow and stop the reaction. The core was running with almost no safety margin, almost nothing in reserve, almost entirely dependent on the state of the reactor remaining stable on its own. There was another problem with the RBMK's control rods that almost no operator at any RBMK plant had been told. The rods were not purely made of neutron-absorbing material. Each rod had a graphite tip. The first section to enter the core when a rod was inserted was a column of graphite, not of absorber. For the first few seconds of insertion, each control rod actually increased the reaction in the lower part of the core before the absorbing portion arrived. The designers knew this. It was documented. It had been identified as a potential problem in safety reviews. The operators did not know. It had not been put into the operating manuals. At 01:23:40, 36 seconds into the test, Leonid Toptunov saw the power reading spike. He reported this. Akimov ordered the emergency shutdown. He pressed the button designated AZ5. The scram button, the button that every reactor operator in the world is trained from the beginning of their career to reach for as the final definitive tool for stopping a runaway reaction. The button that drives all control rods into the core at maximum speed. The button that, in any correctly designed reactor, ends the story here. He pressed it to stop the reaction. 211 control rods began to descend into the core. Their graphite tips entered first. The power did not decrease. The power surged. What followed happened in fractions of a second, but I want to walk you through it slowly because the physics of it is a horror story in its own right. And because the people in that room deserved to understand what was happening to them, and they didn't. The graphite tips caused a spike in reactivity across the lower portion of the core. The water in the cooling channels began flashing to steam almost instantly. The positive void coefficient kicked in, amplifying the reaction further. The power output, measured in megawatts thermal, began doubling, and then doubling again, and then doubling again in intervals so fast they were measured not in seconds, but in fractions of seconds. The design operating power of reactor number 4 was 3,200 megawatts. In the seconds following the scram, the power briefly reached somewhere between 30,000 and 50,000 megawatts. 10 to 15 times the design maximum, a number so far beyond the scale of normal operation that the instruments weren't built to measure it. At 1:23:44, the first explosion occurred. The steam pressure inside the reactor core, building faster than any relief system could handle, tore the cooling channels apart. The top shield of the reactor vessel, a circular steel and concrete lid roughly 40 feet across and weighing approximately 1,000 tons. The structure designed to seal the most powerful controlled nuclear reaction in the Western Soviet Union, was lifted off the reactor by the force of the steam explosion. It went vertical. It rose into the space above, rotating, and some witnesses standing near the reactor building said they heard it, felt it, a concussive thud that was not a sound so much as a pressure. A shift in the air itself. Then it came back down, partially, tilted, destroyed, sitting at an angle across the ruin of what had been the reactor chamber. The second explosion followed 2 to 3 seconds later. Its nature is still debated by nuclear physicists. Steam, prompt criticality, a combination of mechanisms that may have been unprecedented. But it was larger than the first, and it sent a column of burning graphite and reactor fuel and fission products 40 meters into the night sky, higher than a 10-story building. A plume of nuclear material catching the light of its own burning against the dark. In the control room, the lights flickered, and ceiling panels fell and dust came down thick and sudden, and Akimov found his dosimeters and looked at them. They read 1,000 roentgens per hour. This was their maximum reading. The needles had swung to their physical limit and stopped there, what the instruments couldn't tell him. What no instrument in the room could tell him, because none of them were calibrated for what was happening, was that the actual dose rate in some areas outside was above 20,000 roentgens per hour. The meters had maxed out. The numbers had stopped telling the truth. Akimov believed, genuinely believed, that the reactor was intact. He had pressed the scram button. You press scram, the reactor shuts down. This was axiom, this was physics, this was the bedrock certainty of everything he had been trained to do. A reactor cannot explode. Soviet reactors were the safest in the world. Better designed, better operated, better managed than Western reactors. He had followed procedure. He had done what a shift foreman does. He ordered his team to begin manually pumping water into what he believed was a damaged but intact reactor core. There was no core. There was an open crater in the earth, a shaft of destroyed structure, burning graphite, and molten fuel spread across the roof and the ground in a half-mile radius. The reactor vessel was destroyed. The top shield was tilted off its seat, and Akimov was sending his people out into it. Out into a field of radiation so intense that standing in certain areas of that debris field would deliver a fatal dose before a person could run to safety. Alexander Yuvchenko. Natasha's husband, the young engineer who had been on duty that night in the mechanical section of the plant, was one of the people who understood first what had actually happened. He was the one who went to open a heavy reinforced door and look into what should have been the reactor hall, the massive space that contained the reactor, and saw instead open sky. The roof was gone. Where the top of the reactor should have been, there was the dark of the night, and rising from the ruin, he said later, with the careful language of someone trying to accurately describe something for which no language existed, was a beam of blue-violet light. Soft and column-shaped and beautiful in a way that was completely separate from anything it meant. The ionized air above the destroyed core, charged by radiation so intense it was stripping electrons from the atmosphere and making the darkness itself luminescent. He stood in that doorway for about a minute. He would survive. He would lose the use of one side of his body to radiation burns he received in that doorway, and in the minutes that followed, when he held open a door so that his colleagues could evacuate, holding it with his arm exposed to the field radiating from the debris just beyond. He survived. He and Natasha are still alive, but he stood in that doorway for a minute, looking at blue light above a hole in the earth where a reactor had been, and the light was beautiful. And the beauty was already doing what it was going to do. Akimov worked through the night, he gave orders, he organized his people. He pumped water into a core that no longer existed, methodically, steadily, trying to manage an accident that could not be managed because its fundamental reality. That the reactor had been destroyed, not damaged, destroyed, could not reach him through the filter of everything he had been trained to believe. He accumulated dose throughout the night, hour by hour, standing at his station. He died on May 11th, 14 days after the explosion. His last recorded words, spoken to a colleague who came to visit him in Hospital No. 6 in Moscow, were, "We did everything correctly." Why? Toptanov died 2 days later. He was 25 years old. He had been a senior reactor control engineer for exactly 3 months. That burning graphite produces. Graphite burns slowly. Not with the quick yellow-orange combustion of wood or the blue shimmer of gas, but with a deep, sustained orange-red glow, patient and relentless. The kind of burn that can last for days and days without exhausting itself. The fire at Reactor No. 4 burned for 10 days, but in those first hours before the graphite had settled into its measured terrible rhythm, the debris field around the reactor was producing light that witnesses described with words they reached for carefully, because they were trying to describe something that had no language. Something beautiful that was killing them. From the balconies of Pripyat's apartment buildings, the high-rise blocks on the western side of the city, the ones facing the plant, The glow on the horizon was orange-red and larger than any industrial fire people had seen, but in the debris field itself. Among the pieces of reactor core scattered across the ground in all directions, there were colors that were not fire colors. Streaks of blue, columns of pale violet, those colors are the radiation made visible. Cherenkov radiation. The blue-white light that occurs when a charged particle moves through a medium faster than light can travel through that same medium. The specific shade of blue that appears in photographs of operating nuclear reactors, and that you have probably seen in those photographs and perhaps wondered about. Ionized air, unstable isotopes cascading through their decay chains and releasing energy as light. Colors that have no natural terrestrial source, colors that your eye registers as beautiful before your brain has time to categorize them as anything else. There were no sirens. In Pripyat, on that spring night, the windows were open, and the lilacs were blooming, and 2 kilometers away, the reactor was on fire, and there were no sirens. The plant's fire alarm had sounded, and the plant's fire brigade had responded, and people in the apartments nearest the plant had been woken by the explosions. 2 distinct percussions, a gap between them, then a sustained noise that wasn't fire crackling so much as the creaking. Settling sound of a large structure that had been torn apart and was now rearranging itself. But no civil emergency system had been activated, no announcement, nothing. People came out onto their balconies. It was a warm night and something dramatic was happening on the horizon. And people do what people do. They look. They called to neighbors. They pointed. Children who had been woken by the explosions pressed their faces against window glass. Someone on one of the upper floors said it looked like the northern lights, that violet and blue above the orange. Someone else said it smelled like ozone. That sharp electric smell, the smell of lightning's afterthought, the smell you catch near a motor that's overheating. It is the smell of air being ionized, of electrons being knocked loose from oxygen, and nitrogen molecules by radiation passing through them. The people on the balconies were breathing ionized air, and it smelled electric and clean in the way that air after a storm smells. And they were breathing it with their windows open and their children awake beside them. And there was something else, something that multiple witnesses described independently with the consistency that makes a detail credible precisely because no one coordinated these accounts. A metallic taste in the mouth, like copper, almost. Like blood, but drier. The taste of a coin held against the tongue. Gamma radiation passing through the body at high dose rates ionizes tissue, including the tissue of the salivary glands, excites the nerve endings of the tongue. The body experiences radiation as a taste before it experiences it as anything else. The people standing on their balconies in the warm spring night, watching the beautiful light above the broken reactor, could taste the radiation on their tongues. The dose rate on the roof of the turbine hall building, adjacent to the reactor, the roof where firefighters would within minutes be standing, unrolling hoses, doing their jobs, was somewhere around 20,000 roentgens per hour. A fatal dose for an adult human is generally considered to be around 400 roentgens total. Not per hour, total. 400 roentgens delivered over a period of hours or days is, for most people, lethal without aggressive medical intervention. At 20,000 roentgens per hour, you receive a fatal dose in approximately 120 seconds, 2 minutes. Some parts of the debris field that surrounded the reactor were worse. The graphite blocks ejected from the core. Pieces of the reactor's moderating material, now saturated with fission products, were emitting at rates that would deliver a fatal dose in under a minute. Some pieces in under 30 seconds, and there were people walking through this field in their work clothes, their regular fire protection gear, thinking they were responding to a roof fire, thinking they were dealing with a burning bitumen surface on an industrial building, because Akimov believed the reactor was intact and had told his people the reactor was intact. Because no one who understood what they were looking at had yet gotten their understanding to the people who needed to have it. I want to be careful with one story that has grown up around Chernobyl, the story of what some people call the Bridge of Death. There's a bridge near Pripyat, the railway overpass near the town of Kopachi. And a version of the story says that hundreds of residents gathered on it that night to watch the fire and were irradiated so severely that they all died, and that the Soviet government quietly buried them and erased them from the records. It's a compelling story. It has the structure of a parable. It gets repeated constantly. The best available evidence doesn't support it. The dose rates on the bridge were elevated. It was in the path of the initial plume, but not at the immediately lethal levels the story requires. No documented mass burial of bridge watchers has emerged from the decades of investigation that followed. The bridge has become a container for the horror, a place where the formless scale of the disaster can collect into a single image. The actual horror was specific and documented and doesn't need mythology to be devastating. The mythology, if anything, pulls attention away from what actually happened, which was both worse and more comprehensible. The actual fire burned for 10 days. It took helicopters. 5,000 tons of material dropped from above, sand to blanket the surface of the fire, boron to absorb neutrons, and reduce reactivity, lead to shield the smoldering fuel. The helicopter pilots flew low to improve their accuracy. They flew straight into the column of heat and particulate matter rising from the reactor, and they dropped their loads, and they banked away, and they flew back around and came in again. They accumulated dose with every pass. The crews were rotated, but rotation only distributes the total dose. It doesn't reduce what each individual receives. The pilots knew what they were flying into. They kept flying. Even so, the graphite fire wasn't truly extinguished. Not in the way you extinguish a fire. The burning was suppressed, covered, suffocated under tons of material that formed a cap over the ruined core. But inside that cap, the fission products were still decaying, still generating heat. Still producing a residual warmth that was not fire, but was not cold either. And below the reactor, in the basement, something new was forming. The melted reactor fuel. Uranium oxide, zirconium cladding, graphite sand, lead, had combined at extreme temperatures into a material that had never existed before on Earth. Workers who encountered it later called it corium, from the Latin word for core. It was lava-like, dark, glassy, extraordinarily dense with radioactive material. It had flowed through cracks in the floor of the reactor vault and into the lower basement levels, following the paths of least resistance, pooling in rooms and corridors. It hardened as it cooled into formations that looked almost geological, almost natural, almost beautiful in the way that volcanic rock looks beautiful. All those strange dark shapes that nature sometimes makes when it has permission to ignore aesthetics entirely. The largest and densest formation, found in a basement corridor in what had been the steam distribution room beneath the reactor, was eventually named by the workers who discovered it. They called it the elephant's foot. It looked like one. A dark, rounded, massive protrusion rising from the floor, pocked and irregular, about the size and shape of the lower leg and foot of a very large elephant. It weighed around 2 tons. In 1986, it emitted 10,000 roentgens per hour. A scientist named Artur Korniev photographed the elephant's foot over the years, sometimes with himself in the frame for scale, the dosimeter in his pocket ticking. The exposure time carefully calculated and strictly limited. He would later develop health problems consistent with radiation exposure. The photograph most people have seen, blurry, shot on a camera whose electronics were being disrupted by the radiation field, is one of his. Today, 40 years later, the elephant's foot still emits around 800 roentgens per hour. It is still there. It will be there for a very long time. He was 23 years old. Lieutenant Viktor Kibanok was also 23. They arrived at reactor number 4 within minutes of the explosion. Privik's unit from the plant's own internal fire station, stationed there specifically because the plant existed, and fire was always a possibility. And Kibanok's unit from the fire station in Chernobyl town, a few kilometers away. The dispatch had gone out. The classification in the log was a roof fire. building roof and bitumen fire, Reactor 4. This was the information. This was all anyone had told them. They pulled their trucks up close. They assessed the situation, the way fire officers are trained to assess situations. What is burning? What is the structure? Where are the access points? Where does the hose go? The bitumen on the roof of the reactor building was burning. That much was visible and real. The roof of the adjacent turbine hall was also burning, bitumen fire there too. The kind of burning that can spread quickly if it isn't addressed. They unrolled their hoses, they climbed to the roof. Vasily Ignatenko was 25, and he was also a firefighter, and he had been sleeping in his apartment in Pripyat when the call went out. The alarm, the radio, the knock at the door. His wife Lyudmila was in bed beside him. They had been married 18 months. He told her he would be back by morning. He pulled on his gear and he went. He had been told it was a roof fire. He drove to the plant. He parked. He stepped out of the truck. He stepped on graphite. He didn't know what graphite was in this context. He didn't know that the chunky black material scattered across the ground around the reactor building was pieces of the reactor's moderator, ejected by the explosion, still emitting radiation at rates that would kill him if he stayed near it long enough. The graphite didn't look like anything in particular. It looked like rubble. There were chunks and pieces of building material everywhere, the aftermath of something catastrophic. But what that catastrophe had been was not visible in the rubble itself. He walked through it. He went to work. Some of the firefighters in those first minutes found pieces of graphite and picked them up. Examining them, moving them from underfoot, doing the things you do when you're working in rubble. One firefighter described picking up a piece and feeling warmth in his gloved hand. A tingling that moved up his arm. He set it down. He kept working. The roof of the turbine hall was burning with the sticky persistence of heated tar. The firefighters worked the hoses. The fire was being suppressed. They could see it. The fire was going down under the water. They were doing their job, doing it well, doing what firefighters do, and the fire was responding the way fires do and from the outside. From the perspective of what you can observe about a fire with your eyes and your training, it was going as it should go. Within 2 hours of arriving, several of the men had developed what people would come to call the nuclear tan. It is not a tan. It is not caused by the sun. It is an acute skin reaction to high-dose radiation. The blood vessels in the skin dilating suddenly, the capillaries flooding with blood, the skin flushing and reddening in a way that looks like a sunburn but is much more rapid. The underlying mechanism is different from thermal burns. It comes from inside, from the ionization occurring in the tissues beneath the skin. The men who developed it in those first 2 hours had received doses that were already, at that point, beyond the threshold of survivability without intense medical intervention. Some of them felt nauseated. Some felt a headache beginning. The particular headache of high radiation exposure, which has a quality that people describe as different from any other headache, a pressure that seems to come from the center of the skull. Some felt nothing yet. The sickness that was already in them had not yet declared itself. Pravik developed the nuclear tan. Kibanok developed it. Ignatenko developed it. They worked for 2 hours on the roof. They brought the fire down to manageable levels. Then they were relieved by the next rotation of firefighters coming in from the Chernobyl facility and from further away. Kiev had been called, more units were arriving. The first crews were transported to the medical unit at the plant, and then to the hospital in Pripyat, where the doctors were beginning, slowly, to understand the shape of what they were treating. Viktor Kibanok died on May 11th. Vladimir Pravik died on May 11th. 6 firefighters died that day. The 6 men who had been on the roof in those first 2 hours, who had received the highest doses, who had developed the nuclear tan in the dark before dawn. Vasily Ignatenko's story is the one that Svetlana Alexievich put first in her book, Voices from Chernobyl, because Lyudmila Ignatenko told it to her in full, over many hours. And because Lyudmila told it the way only someone who loved the person can tell it. With the particular precision of grief, the insistence on specific details that resist the drift toward abstraction, Lyudmila was 23. She was, as it turned out, pregnant. Though she didn't know this when Vasily left for the plant. She found out where he had been taken, Moscow Hospital Number 6, the specialized clinic for radiation injuries. The one that existed because the Soviet nuclear program always knew that incidents of this kind might happen, and that treating them would require a facility that didn't exist anywhere else. She made her way there by train. She was told she couldn't see him. She found a way in through a nurse who had more compassion than policy. Or through the particular persistence of a 23-year-old woman who had been told her husband was gravely ill and who was not going to be managed by paperwork. She saw him. What acute radiation syndrome does to a body is systematic in a way that is difficult to describe, without feeling like you are describing something that should not be possible. Something that the body should be able to refuse. It attacks the cells that divide fastest: bone marrow, the gut lining, the skin. Because rapidly dividing cells are more vulnerable to radiation damage at the DNA level. When bone marrow fails, the body can no longer produce white blood cells, and infection becomes undefendable. When the gut lining fails, the barrier between the body's interior and its contents dissolves. When the skin fails, it stops being a boundary. The body opens. Vasily had been in the hospital in Moscow for about 2 weeks when Lyudmila reached him. She told Alexievich what she saw with the same careful specificity she brought to everything, the refusal to look away. She said that his face had changed. She said that it was no longer quite the face she knew. She said that the hands were different, swollen, with the skin beginning to go. She said he smelled like something she could not name. She was told not to touch him. The radiation emanating from his tissues was still measurable and still dangerous. She was told, "Don't hug him, don't kiss him, keep your distance." She held his hand. She slept on a cot beside his bed. She sat with him through the hours when the nurses changed shifts, and the corridor was quiet. The medical staff wore protective clothing when they entered his room. Gowns, gloves, respirators. She sat beside him in the clothes she'd traveled in. She was pregnant. The doctors who knew she was pregnant told her she should leave. She understood what they were telling her. She did not leave. Their daughter was born in early June. The baby had multiple cardiac abnormalities, a hole in the heart, other deficiencies. Problems that her doctors believed were caused by the radiation dose Lyudmila had accumulated during those weeks beside Vasily's bed. The baby lived 4 hours. Vasily died on May 13th. He was 25 years old. He had driven to the plant because there was a fire, and he was a firefighter. He had stood in a debris field because no one had told him what the debris was. He had done his job well, and the job had been in a place that the job should not have been, in conditions that no one had thought to describe to him. Lyudmila is still alive. She told this story because she wanted it told. She told it without flinching. She told it the way you tell the truth about something that cannot be unchanged. 86. The children of Pripyat went to school. This is not a generalization. The schools were open. The teachers arrived, took attendance, began the day's curriculum. Children sat in rows and looked out at the warm spring morning and the smoke on the horizon, and perhaps they had heard something in the night, some sound that had woken them briefly. And perhaps their parents had reassured them and they had gone back to sleep, and now it was morning and school was school. Some of the children during the day went outside for recess the way children do. The school had a yard. It was a warm day, warmer than usual for April, and the breeze was coming from the southeast. From the direction of the plant, children ran and played in the air that was carrying the plume. The thyroid gland absorbs iodine. Any iodine, it doesn't distinguish. The thyroid's job is to pull iodine from the bloodstream and use it to manufacture hormones that regulate metabolism. A child's thyroid is particularly active because a child is growing, its entire metabolic apparatus running faster than it will for most of the rest of that person's life. Pulling iodine with an efficiency and urgency that an adult gland can't match. Iodine 131 was in the plume. It had been vaporized by the explosion and by the subsequent fires and carried upward into the air that was now drifting over Pripyat. Iodine 131 is radioactive with a half-life of 8 days, short enough that it decays quickly, but not so short that it decays before it can be inhaled or ingested. When it reaches a thyroid, the thyroid treats it the same as any other iodine, absorbs it, holds it. And then the iodine 131 begins its radioactive decay from inside the gland, irradiating it from within. The defense against this is simple. It is so simple that it seems almost impossible that it was not deployed. If you can flood the thyroid with stable iodine, ordinary, non-radioactive iodine in the form of potassium iodide tablets. Before the radioactive iodine arrives, the thyroid fills with the stable iodine and has no capacity remaining to absorb the radioactive kind. The body takes what it needs and the radioactive iodine passes through. Potassium iodide tablets had been manufactured for exactly this contingency. They were in storage at depots throughout the Soviet Union, available for distribution in the event of a nuclear emergency. The decision to distribute them required authorization from officials with the authority to acknowledge that a nuclear emergency had occurred. And those officials on the morning of April 26 were in the process of something else entirely. They were deciding how large this problem was. They were deciding whether the acknowledgement required to distribute the tablets was the same as an acknowledgement of the size of what had happened, and whether such an acknowledgement was advisable. And who would be responsible for an acknowledgement of that size, and what the implications of that acknowledgement were for the schedule of a nuclear safety test that had, from an official perspective, been going according to plan. The tablets stayed in storage. In Poland, the same plume was already detectable. Polish meteorologists and radiation monitoring stations had the data. The Polish government looked at the data and made a decision. They distributed potassium iodide to children across the country. To approximately 10.5 million children, and eventually to roughly 18 million people, the entire Polish population. The distribution happened on April 29th, 3 days after the explosion, still within the window during which significant iodine 131 exposure was continuing. Poland's thyroid cancer rates from Chernobyl exposure are demonstrably lower than those of the surrounding regions. Ukraine, Belarus, the western parts of Russia. That did not distribute the tablets. The comparison is one of the cleanest natural experiments in the entire epidemiology of the accident. The window for effectiveness is approximately 2 hours before exposure. Get the tablet into the person before the radioactive iodine arrives, and the thyroid has no capacity left to absorb it. Wait, and the window closes as the gland fills with what has already arrived. While officials debated and calculated, the children of Pripyat played in what some of them later described as radioactive snow. Small, pale particles drifting down through the warm air, settling on hair and arms and catching on eyelashes. Some children caught the particles on their tongues. What they were catching on their tongues were fragments of graphite and fuel dust from the destroyed reactor. There were weddings in Pripyat and the surrounding region that day. Couples who had planned for months, relatives who had traveled, photographs being taken. There is a photograph that has been in circulation for decades. A bride in white, a groom beside her, and behind them on the horizon, visible through the trees, the smoke from reactor number 4. They were 3 kilometers from the plant. The photographer who took the picture presumably saw what was behind them and took the picture anyway, or didn't think to mention it, or mentioned it and was told it was fine. At a sports complex not far from the plant, athletic events were scheduled and held. Runners completed their courses. Spectators watched from the bleachers, cheering, the smoke visible in the middle distance. The political machinery of the Soviet state was moving. But it was moving in the way that large bureaucratic systems move when confronted with a problem that is simultaneously a crisis and an embarrassment. At the upper levels, the Politburo had been informed by the morning of April 26th that something serious had occurred. A government commission had been formed immediately and flown to the site. Boris Sherbina, a senior Communist Party official. Not a nuclear physicist, not an emergency manager, but a reliable party man, had been appointed to lead the commission and had departed for Ukraine within hours of being told what had happened. What the commission found when it arrived at the plant was a gap between what the plant's director and engineers were reporting. A damaged reactor, a fire under control, the situation manageable. And what was physically visible on the site, which was a building with a hole in its roof and burning material scattered across the ground in all directions, and firefighters who were already turning the color of a bad sunburn at 2 a.m. The commission had to navigate between the official assessment coming from the plant's own management, which had strong institutional reasons to believe, and report that things were not as bad as they appeared, and the physical evidence which was not capable of misrepresenting itself. The Politburo in Moscow was receiving information that was filtered through this same dynamic. The reports that went up the chain were not lies exactly, or not always. But they were reports shaped by the incentive structure of a system in which delivering bad news had consequences and delivering manageable news did not. Each level of the hierarchy reported upward in terms that acknowledged the seriousness of the situation while moderating the scale of what was being described, and by the time the information reached the level where decisions about public announcements were made, the picture it carried had been softened by each successive handoff. The decision about whether to evacuate Pripyat was not made immediately. There was a meeting on the evening of April 26th at which the question was discussed. There were arguments about whether evacuation would cause panic, whether it would signal an acknowledgement of scale that the official position couldn't support, whether the radiation levels in the city actually required evacuation, or whether staying indoors with windows closed would be sufficient. The doctors and scientists who had better information about what was on the ground were in some cases present at these meetings and in some cases not. The structure of the decision-making was not one that consistently drew on the best available technical understanding. The decision to evacuate was made in the early hours of April 27th. It took until 2 p.m. for the announcement to go out. In those hours between decision and announcement, people in Pripyat were still living their Saturday afternoon, their Sunday morning, their ordinary weekend, 36 hours into the accident. They had not been told to stay inside. They had not been told not to drink the water or the milk. They had not been given iodine tablets. They were outside in the spring air, taking their children for walks, visiting neighbors, stopping at the supermarket. The first official Soviet acknowledgement of the accident came 36 hours after the explosion. A 14-second item read on state television during the regular news broadcast, sandwiched between agricultural reports and coverage of a party congress. An accident had occurred at the Chernobyl nuclear power station. One of the reactors had been damaged. Measures were being taken to eliminate the consequences. That was all. 14 seconds. No mention of the scale. No mention of the evacuation that was happening that same afternoon. No mention of iodine tablets. No mention of the hundreds of firefighters and plant workers already in hospitals in Moscow, whose bodies were already in the process of being destroyed by what they had absorbed in the first hours. In Sweden, workers arriving for the morning shift at the Forsmark nuclear power plant, 2 days after the explosion, triggered the radiation detectors at the facility's entrance. Not because they had been near anything radioactive at work, they hadn't. But because they had driven to work through air that had spent the night moving from the east, and the air had deposited radioactive particles on their cars and their clothing. The contamination was originating from outside the plant. The Swedish officials ran the isotope analysis, identified the source as a reactor accident of a type consistent with a Soviet-designed reactor, and concluded that a major nuclear incident had occurred somewhere to their east. They contacted Moscow through diplomatic channels and asked, directly, whether there had been a nuclear accident. Moscow was still deciding what to say. The Swedish announcement forced the timeline. Within hours of Sweden's public disclosure that they had detected contamination consistent with a Soviet reactor accident, Moscow issued a statement. It was still the 14-second item, but the sequence matters. Sweden told the world before Moscow did. using data that had arrived on the shoes of factory workers driving to work in a country 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, in Pripyat and the surrounding villages, residents had been told nothing for more than 36 hours after the explosion. Children had attended school 2 days in a row. People had walked outside, opened windows, hung laundry in the spring air to dry, breathed freely, drunk the morning milk. The regional dairy farms were producing milk, and the cows that produced it were grazing on grass in fields that the plume had moved across. And the cows' bodies were doing what mammalian bodies do with iodine in grass. Concentrating it, delivering it into the milk, and the milk went to families, and families poured it for their children. The way you pour milk for a child, the ordinary act of a morning. The thing that is done without thought because it has always been safe. The ground on which those dairy farms sat would be contaminated for decades. The thyroid glands of the children who drank that milk were, in those first days, absorbing what the authorities had the tools to stop, and chose not to deploy. That time, those hours, those days, was used for other things. On April 27th, it came through loudspeakers mounted on vehicles that moved slowly through Pripyat's streets. The kind of vehicle-mounted broadcast system that Soviet municipalities used for civil announcements, for May Day messaging, for the practical administrative communication of a state that didn't rely on individual mailboxes and phone trees. The voice was calm and official, and the message, translated, ran approximately as follows: "Attention, dear comrades. The City Council informs you that due to the accident at Chernobyl Atomic Energy Station, unfavorable radiation conditions are developing in the city of Pripyat. The necessary steps are being taken by party and Soviet bodies and military units. Nevertheless, with the aim of ensuring complete safety of the people, children first and foremost, it has been found necessary to evacuate the city residents temporarily." Temporarily. Hold that word for a moment. Temporarily, it was not an accident. The word was chosen because the planners of the evacuation had concluded, correctly in terms of their immediate strategic calculation, that people would comply more smoothly if they believed they were leaving for a few days rather than forever. You pack differently for 3 days than you pack for forever. You lock the door differently. You say goodbye to your apartment differently, your neighborhood, the place you have assembled your daily life, when you believe you are coming back in 72 hours. The instructions were to take identification documents, essential medications, and enough clothing for 2 or 3 days. Leave everything else. They would be back by May Day, possibly sooner. That was what people were told. That was what most of them, allowing themselves to believe what they were told, chose to believe. 1,100 buses had been assembled. This was a genuine logistical feat. 1,100 diesel buses, requisitioned from collective farms, and factories and schools across a wide radius, drivers called in on a Sunday, fuel arranged, routes mapped. The organizing of those 1,100 buses in roughly 36 hours, through a bureaucratic apparatus that was also simultaneously managing a nuclear crisis, represents a kind of competence that sits alongside the incompetence and the suppression in the record of those days, neither canceling the other out. If you imagine yourself in that situation, if you put yourself in an apartment in Pripyat at 2 p.m. on a Sunday, hearing that voice through your open window, you probably do what people do. You move quickly because you have been told to, because official voices say to move, and the practiced response to official voices is compliance. You look around at your apartment, at the plant on your windowsill that you've been watering, at the fish in the aquarium, the filter humming, the fish moving in their slow circles, at the photographs on the mantle, your wedding, your parents, your children's first years. You tell yourself, 3 days. You tell yourself you'll be back, and so you leave the photographs because 3 days is nothing, because you would feel foolish packing photographs for 3 days. Because you will be back in 3 days and you need the suitcase for clothes. People left their aquarium filters running. In apartment after apartment, in building after building across Pripyat, The aquarium filters continued their soft electric hum after the doors were closed and locked behind their owners. The fish swam their circuits. That hum continued for days until the power to the city was cut. Then the fish died. The pets were a different kind of problem. The instructions were clear: no pets. No room, 3 days. The cats could manage. The balcony door could be left unlatched so the cat could move between inside and out. The dogs were the hard case. Dogs understand, in whatever way dogs understand things, that the people they belong to are leaving. They understand it through the particular language of human behavior. The suitcase appearing, the rushed movement, the smell of anxiety and haste, and then the moment at the door. That moment that for a dog who knows its person is one of the most legible moments in the day. The moment that means either I go too or I don't. As the buses assembled and began to move, dogs ran alongside them. In the footage from that day, and there is footage, because camera crews came in with the evacuation leadership. You can see it, dogs chasing the convoys through the empty streets. Running at the speed that a dog can run, which is faster than a walking person, but slower than a bus, matching the early slow pace and then falling behind as the buses accelerated. Dogs who had lived their lives in one building, who knew one block and 1 yard and one person, running after buses on a street they had never been to, past buildings where they had never gone. Toward an edge of the city they had never seen. They ran as far as they could. Then they stopped. Then they stood at the edge of the road and watched the buses disappear. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park was painted yellow. The workers who had been assembling the park for the May Day opening had nearly finished their work. The bumper cars sat in their positions, the canvas covers fitted. The ride operators had been scheduled to start their shifts on May 1st, when the park opened officially, when the children of Pripyat came running through the gate. The wheel never moved. Not that day, not ever. The wheel stands in the amusement park today, faded now, the yellow gone pale and uneven, the cars hanging at their various positions around the circle. The bearings are seized with 40 years of rust and rain and freeze and thaw. If someone tried to turn it. Not that anyone would, it's a structural relic, not a functioning ride. It would not turn. In the apartments, people left in a pattern you can trace through the photographs taken years later by the photographers who were the first to document what remained. A child's shoe left in a doorway. One shoe, not a pair, which means someone was rushing, and the shoe came off and there wasn't time to find it or it couldn't be found. Gas masks in a school classroom, laid out neatly on desks. They had been distributed that day, too late for the purpose they were designed for, but distributed and then left when the evacuation came. Board games set up on a kitchen table, a game in progress, someone's pieces in a strong position, a teacup by the sink, washed and left to drain. A dress hanging on a doorframe, something sewn or purchased for an occasion, a wedding that had been planned, a celebration, something that the owner had intended to wear. The occasion did not arrive. 1,100 diesel engines started across the city in approximately the same window of time. That sound, if you had been standing on one of the high roofs and listened, would have been remarkable. All those engines turning over, the cough and rumble of cold starts multiplying across the city until the air was full of it. And then settling into the coordinated low roar of a convoy beginning to move. The sound of a city being emptied. The buses moved in columns, the same wide boulevards that had been designed for May Day parades. The city's architects had planned those wide streets deliberately to accommodate the mass movement of people on festive occasions, took the convoys without difficulty. The streets were clear because everyone was getting on buses, not driving their own cars, because the organization of this evacuation assumed buses. And so the streets were being cleared by the same buses that filled them. The process of emptying 49,360 people from their city took approximately 3 hours. 3 hours. The city had taken years to build. It had taken 2 seconds to poison, and it took 3 hours to empty, and when the last bus was through the checkpoint and onto the road toward Evacuative, the streets of Pripyat were still warm. The afternoon light was still the April afternoon light. The particular golden amber slant of a spring afternoon in northern Ukraine, the light that makes the tops of buildings glow and the windows catch fire. The lilac smell was probably still there. Lilacs don't stop for emergencies, and the warm air still carried that sweetness through the empty streets. Through open windows into apartments where the furniture was arranged for people who were not there. The windows were still open in many apartments. In the hours since the explosion, people had been opening them wider because it was warm and spring, and that is what you do. They had been opening them toward the breeze that was coming from the southeast, from the direction of the plant. The aquarium filters were still running. Some of the houseplants on window ledges were in the direct afternoon light. The light that would have been warm on the glass of an occupied apartment, that warmth the person would have adjusted their chair to catch, was falling now on empty rooms. On unmade beds where someone had risen in a hurry, on a kitchen table where a cup was set beside a plate and a chair was pushed back at the angle of someone who stood quickly. In a city designed to be full of people, the silence had a specific quality. Not the silence of a forest or an empty road, but the silence of infrastructure still running. Of refrigerators maintaining their temperature and heating systems, completing their cycles, and the faint mechanical breath of a city whose organs continued their function without anyone for whom to function. In the absence of people, the city was very quiet. It has been that quiet ever since. Contained, not the radiation. Radiation was indifferent to official preference, a geophysical fact that would proceed according to its own schedule regardless of what Moscow decided. What the state needed was the visible evidence of catastrophe managed, the burning reactor smothered, the broken roof covered, the contaminated ground cleaned, the debris removed and buried. The zone stabilized enough that the official language of control could be applied to it convincingly. For all of this, they needed people. They called them liquidators, from the Russian likvidatory, the ones who liquidate, who cause to cease, who make disappear. Between 1986 and 1990, somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000 people were deployed to Chernobyl and the surrounding region. The uncertainty in that number is itself significant. The records were incomplete, many deliberately so. Many simply the product of a bureaucratic system that had not been designed to track the movements of hundreds of thousands of workers across dozens of agencies, and was not subsequently reformed to fill that gap. Military reservists called up from across the Soviet republics, miners from Donbass and Tula, coal workers used to hard conditions underground, construction workers drafted from collectives and state enterprises, scientists and engineers from the nuclear industry, firefighters, helicopter pilots, men driving water cannon trucks along the roads of the exclusion zone, hosing down the asphalt again and again, trying to suppress the surface contamination. Men scraping the top layer of soil from contaminated areas and carrying it in wheelbarrows to trenches. Men in orange high-visibility vests walking the perimeter of the zone with monitoring equipment. Men who had been told they were defending their country, which was true, and that they would be safe, which was not. Approximately 2 to 3% of the liquidators had functioning, calibrated dosimeters. The rest were given dosimeters that existed, but that had been set. Or, in some documented cases, deliberately calibrated to read low. The official acceptable exposure limit for liquidators had been set at 35 Roentgens total, in a calculation that was already higher than what most countries would have considered safe. But that was necessary to make the workforce large enough for the work that needed to be done. When a man's dosimeter reached 35 Roentgens, he was to be rotated out. His turn at Chernobyl was over. But the dosimeters were reading low, and in many cases, the dose readings themselves were being recorded not from the dosimeters at all, but from a standard figure, 24 Roentgens. That had been established as the entry in the official register, regardless of what any individual device showed. This practice was documented across multiple accounts from liquidators, supervisors, and medical personnel. The number 24 appears in testimony after testimony, always as the number on the form, always as the number that had no relationship to measured reality, 24. Because that's what the form required, because a form that said 24 meant the man was below limit, and a man below limit could keep working, and the work needed to keep going. The men on the roof present the case most cleanly, in the way that an extreme situation sometimes makes the logic of a system legible in ways that ordinary operation conceals. The roofs of the reactor building, the turbine hall, and the adjacent structures were covered in highly radioactive debris from the explosion. Graphite blocks from the moderator, pieces of fuel rod cladding, fragments of materials that had been inside the core and were now scattered across every surface within a significant radius. This material was still intensely radioactive. It had to be cleared before the concrete sarcophagus being constructed around the reactor could be completed, because the roof couldn't be poured over a surface covered in reactor material. They tried machines first. Remote-controlled vehicles were designed and built specifically for this purpose. German robots, sophisticated and expensive, were brought in from West Germany. Soviet lunar rover designs, repurposed from the space program, were deployed. These were the best remote-operated machines available in the world in 1986. They moved into position on the roofs. They began their work, and then they stopped. The radiation fields were high enough to destroy electronics at a fundamental level. Ionizing particles disrupting semiconductor junctions, scrambling programming, burning out circuits. The cameras that allowed operators to see through the robot's eyes went blind. The motors stalled. The control signals stopped being received. The machines sat on the roof and did nothing, because the conditions that required them to be there were also the conditions that made them non-functional. One remote-controlled bulldozer had its camera system destroyed within minutes of beginning work. The engineers looked at the problem. The Soviet state looked at the problem. And the solution they reached was this: a human being can tolerate, briefly, the radiation field on the roof. A human being can receive a dose, perform a small task, and leave before the dose becomes unsurvivable. A human being, unlike a semiconductor, has some resilience. A human being can be briefed, equipped with as much shielding as is practical, and sent. The math worked out to approximately 90 seconds. You go to the roof. You are wearing a lead apron over your chest, which helps with some gamma radiation from above and in front. You are wearing protective booties over your shoes. You have a shovel. The graphite and debris in front of you is emitting radiation from all directions. From above, from below, from the sides, gamma rays going through the lead apron as readily as through air, gamma rays coming up from the roof surface through the soles of your feet, penetrating the lead that was never designed to stop radiation from below. You have 90 seconds. You pick up one shovel's worth of debris. The shovel makes contact with the material. The material is warm through the blade of the shovel. Not from heat, or not only from heat, but from the emission. You walk to the edge of the roof. You throw the shovel's load over the edge into the reactor crater. You walk back. You put down the shovel. You go down the stairs. One trip, one shovel. Then you go home. 3,828 men cleared the roof, each one for approximately 90 seconds. Each one with one shovel. Each one's dosimeter recording 24, regardless of what they had received on the roof in those 90 seconds. The rest of the Liquidators' work was less dramatic and more grinding. Roads were washed with water sprayers in rotating shifts. The water ran off the asphalt and into the soil, carrying surface contamination down. The road washers drove their routes, hour after hour, shift after shift. Trees in the most contaminated areas were felled and buried. The top 30 centimeters of soil in high contamination zones was scraped and loaded and driven to pits where it was buried. An enormous quantity of work, enormous quantities of material. The labor of tens of thousands of men moving contaminated earth from one place to another place in the hope that the second place was slightly better than the first. Villages inside the exclusion zone were demolished, buildings knocked down, debris buried, the land graded flat as if to erase the evidence that people had lived there. Some of the liquidators understood exactly what they were doing and went anyway because they were soldiers following orders, because they believed the work mattered, because they were protecting their families and their country from a contamination that would spread if no one stopped it. Some of them had been given very little information and had no clear picture of the risk. Some of them were men who had spent their lives doing dangerous work and treated this as one more instance of it. Some of them were proud. It is important to say this: the pride was real. The sense that they were doing something historically significant, something that required genuine courage, something that would not otherwise get done. That sense was not manufactured or coerced. Men who walked onto radioactive rooftops with shovels and 90-second timers and threw pieces of reactor core into a crater knew what they were doing. The pride they carried afterward was earned in the literal sense of that word. What they received in return, medals in some cases, a small bonus. In some cases, priority access to apartments in better buildings, the particular Soviet reward of moving up in the housing queue. And then, as the years passed and the health problems emerged, leukemia, cancers, cardiovascular disease. The records that should have documented their exposures and supported their compensation claims were incomplete, or sealed, or had never been created in a form that could be retrieved. Men who had documented proof of their presence at Chernobyl, who had witnesses who had worked beside them, who had health conditions that their doctors considered consistent with their exposure, found themselves arguing with bureaucracies that pointed to a form saying 24. 24. The form said 24. Approximately 400 miners arrived at the Chernobyl exclusion zone. They came primarily from the Donbas coalfields of Ukraine. Men who had spent their careers underground, who knew what it was to work in a narrow tunnel with the ground pressing close, who understood the particular physical language of rock and heat and the way a confined space changes the relationship between your body and the air it needs. They also came from the mines around Tula in Russia, another community of experienced tunnelers. They had been told, we need a tunnel dug beneath a nuclear reactor, and we need it in weeks, not months. The reason for the tunnel was this. Beneath the destroyed reactor, in the basement levels of the building, the corium, the molten fuel mixture that had flowed down from the reactor vault, was still generating heat through its radioactive decay. The concern in June 1986 was that this material might eventually melt through the foundation of the reactor building and reach the groundwater beneath it. If that happened, the contamination of the regional water table could be catastrophic. Worse, if the corium reached the groundwater and generated a sudden steam explosion, the consequences could be severe enough to threaten the workers laboring on and around the site, and potentially to disperse additional radioactive material. The solution the engineers proposed was to install a heat exchanger, a cooling system directly beneath the foundation, fed by a tunnel approaching from the side. The tunnel would run from outside the building, under the outer wall, under the foundation, and into position beneath the reactor. 138 meters of tunnel, through uncertain ground, under a structure that had already partially collapsed, and was being held together by the sarcophagus being constructed above it. The work needed to begin immediately, the temperature underground in that particular configuration. The heat from the corium above, the compression of the excavation, the summer warmth of the surface working its way down, was approximately 50 degrees Celsius. That is 122 degrees Fahrenheit. If you have ever stood in a sauna and understood that you could leave whenever you chose, and still found the heat overwhelming after 15 or 20 minutes. This was 50 degrees, in a tunnel, with no exit that was quick. Working, the miners worked in rotations of 3 hours. 3 hours was considered the maximum that could be sustained without incapacitating dehydration and heat injury. After 3 hours, a crew came out. Drenched, their clothes soaking through, their bodies having lost fluids faster than working in the sun on a summer day. And they rested and drank and let their core temperatures drop, and then another crew went in. The crews who came back up were not coming back up from ordinary mining conditions. They were coming from beneath a nuclear reactor, through ground that had been contaminated by the accident, in air whose quality had been measured, and was considered manageable but was not the air you breathe above ground in an ordinary life. They were coming back up thinner in some reports than they had gone down, weight loss occurring over the course of days from the combination of extreme heat and the physical labor of driving a tunnel forward. The HBO miniseries on Chernobyl chose to depict the miners working entirely without clothing because of the heat. This was a creative choice that the production team reached after consulting with miners who had actually worked in that tunnel. And those miners confirmed that the heat had been extraordinary and that clothing had been reduced as much as possible. The image of men working naked in a tunnel under a nuclear reactor has entered the common understanding of Chernobyl as though it were a documented historical fact, and it is not quite that. Most accounts describe the men working in minimal clothing, stripped to their shorts in many cases, but not entirely without covering. The image is evocative enough that it has become more vivid than the reality in the popular imagination. What is fact, and what no dramatization has needed to embellish, is the heat and the speed and the urgency and what the work cost. They completed the tunnel in approximately 1 month. 138 meters. Through ground that was warm from what was above it, in air that was 50 degrees, in 3-hour rotations around the clock, a continuous operation of men going in, and men coming out, and men resting, and men going back in. They installed the cooling system at the tunnel's end, the heat exchanger positioned beneath the foundation of the reactor. The work was done. And then the scientific assessment shifted. The physicists and engineers who had been monitoring the corium's behavior concluded, by the time the tunnel was complete, that the threat had not materialized in the way that had been feared. The corium was not melting through the foundation. The groundwater beneath the reactor was being protected by other factors: the depth of the water table, the clay composition of the local soil, the molten material had actually distributed itself and hardened. The cooling system the miners had risked their lives to install was a precaution against a failure mode that was not, as far as the scientists could now determine, actively occurring. The tunnel may not have been necessary. There is a particular quality to this that I want to sit with, because it is different from ordinary tragedy. Ordinary tragedy has a cause that connects clearly to the harm. These miners went into the heat and the dark because the scientists told them it was necessary, and they did the work, and the work was real, and the sacrifice was real. And the thing they were working to prevent may never have been going to happen regardless. By 2006, 20 years after they dug the tunnel, approximately half of the miners who had worked beneath the reactor were dead. The Russian government, reviewing the health data and the compensation claims, disputed the connection. The causes of death were catalogued as cardiovascular disease, various cancers, respiratory failure. The miners themselves and their families and the independent researchers who studied their cohort drew the line differently. They said these men went into 50-degree heat beneath a broken nuclear reactor for a month, and half of them died by 50, and that connection is not invisible. The records were what the records were: 138 meters, 122 degrees, 3-hour rotations, and in the end, perhaps, it wasn't needed. The danger they'd been racing to prevent had already receded by the time they arrived. History has not yet finished deciding what to do with that. There is an account. And accounts of this kind resist verification. They come from memories and testimonies and the reconstructions of survivors. Of a foreman who came out of the tunnel at the end of a shift and stood in the warm summer air above ground and looked at the sky for a long time. Someone asked him what he was doing. He said he was just looking at it, the sky. He had been underground. The sky above Chernobyl in June is the ordinary summer sky of northern Ukraine. Wide blue, the quality of light that belongs to high latitudes in summer, where the sun stays high until late in the evening, and the air smells of grass and distance. When you have been in a tunnel at 50 degrees for 3 hours, that sky is not the ordinary sky. It is the sky that air exists under, The sky that means you are above ground. The sky that means the temperature around you is something a body was built for. He was looking at it the way a person looks at something they are not certain they will see again, or the way a person looks at something they have been appreciating only theoretically. From the underground side of it for 3 hours and are now finally seeing directly. The miners who came out of that tunnel every 3 hours emerged into a world that was itself abnormal. The exclusion zone, the restricted area, the checkpoint roads, and the monitoring teams, and the dosimeter readers, and the strange particular quiet of a landscape that had been evacuated. But it was above ground. The air moved. There were birds somewhere. The temperature was what summer is. They drank their water. They sat in the shade and let their core temperatures drop from whatever the tunnel had brought them to. Their clothes, when they took them off, were soaked through completely, the kind of soaked that goes past ordinary sweat into something more total, the clothes so wet they could have been wrung out. Some of the men lost several pounds of water weight per rotation. They were fed, in the way that Soviet workers on priority deployments were fed. Adequately with attention to caloric density, food that would replenish what the heat had consumed. And then the rotation ended and they went back in. When the work was done, when the tunnel was complete, and the heat exchanger was installed and the crews came out for the last time and did not go back down. There was, by some accounts, a moment of collective acknowledgement among the men. They had done something, in the specific terms of the task they had been given. Dig a tunnel, place a cooling system, protect the groundwater. They had succeeded. The tunnel existed. The heat exchanger was in place. They had completed the job they had been brought to complete. And then they went home. Some of them with medals. The Order of the Red Banner, awards given for labor distinguished under difficult conditions, the Soviet recognition that this kind of work deserved formal acknowledgement. Some of them with bonuses, payments above the normal rate, the financial recognition of extraordinary circumstances. Some with preferential access to better housing, priority in the allocation queue, the practical rewards of a state that distributed goods and services through bureaucratic favor. And some of them with something else. Something that didn't show on any dosimeter, that wasn't recorded on any form, that wouldn't become legible until years later, when the body started to give out in ways that felt premature. An ache in the joints that didn't match age, a fatigue that sleep didn't resolve, blood counts that returned from the laboratory with numbers that required explanation. Cancers that appeared in organs of men in their 40s and 50s that are more typically the cancers of men in their 70s and 80s. Half of them were dead by 2006. The Russian government reviewed the compensation claims and the health records and disputed the connection. The tunnel work was acknowledged. The conditions were acknowledged. The heat, the difficulty, the speed. But the connection between those conditions and the subsequent deaths was contested at the official level with the same tools that had been used throughout the Chernobyl story: incomplete records. Alternative explanations, the difficulty of proving that a specific cancer in a specific body was caused by a specific exposure in a specific tunnel in a specific summer. The paperwork said what the paperwork said. The tunnel is still there, beneath the new safe confinement that now covers the reactor, beneath the original sarcophagus, beneath the destroyed reactor itself, beneath the elephant's foot. The heat exchanger the miners installed is still there. It was never activated for its intended purpose, because the failure mode it was built to prevent was a failure mode that, by the time the tunnel was complete, the scientists had concluded was probably not occurring. 138 meters of human effort in the dark, in the heat, in the weeks when no one knew whether what they were doing would matter. Driven by the urgency of possibly preventing a catastrophe that may have already receded on its own. History has not yet finished deciding what to do with that. The uncertainty itself is part of the record. The uncertainty of whether the threat was real, and the certainty that the response was, and the lives that the response consumed, and the silence of the paperwork afterward, perhaps necessary. Perhaps not. The men who went down into that tunnel answered that question with the only answer available to them: they went. perhaps the most dramatic of all the human stories from the crisis, and it is told in the most dramatic form as a tragedy. 3 men went into the dark water. 3 men sacrificed themselves. 3 men died so that others might live. 2 of them are still alive. Let me tell the actual story, because it's more interesting than the myth. And the actual story asks something more uncomfortable of us than the myth does, because the myth gives us permission to feel resolved, and the actual story doesn't. On the night of May 6th, 10 days after the explosion, Soviet scientists had identified a new danger. Beneath the reactor, in the flooded basement of the 4th unit, were storage tanks containing approximately 20,000 tons of water. This was not a mystery water, it had a history. The reactor's fire suppression systems had discharged into those tanks in the first chaotic hours. And more water had been pumped in during the initial attempts to cool the reactor before anyone understood that the core was no longer there to cool. The water had simply accumulated in the lowest available space, which happened to be directly beneath the point where several hundred tons of reactor fuel was burning at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, melting steadily through layers of concrete and steel toward the floor. The mass they called the corium, a word coined specifically for Chernobyl because no one had needed it before, because no reactor had ever done this, was heavy and dense and inexorable, moving downward the way all heavy things move downward when there is nothing left to stop them. And below it was the water. If the corium contacted that water, the resulting steam explosion would be catastrophic. The physics were straightforward and terrible. 2,000 tons of molten material at 2,000 degrees Celsius dropped into 20,000 tons of cold water would produce a steam explosion capable of destroying the other 3 reactors at the site, of removing the concrete cap from what remained of Reactor 4, of dispersing the remaining fuel in the core across a massive radius. The estimates varied depending on who was running the models and what assumptions they were making, but the word that appeared in some of the internal Soviet reports, the word that officials passed quietly to each other in hallways, was Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, 300 miles away. The water needed to be drained. The drainage valves were underwater, in the flooded basement, in the dark, beneath the reactor building that was still emitting radiation at levels that were not compatible with extended human presence. No one knew precisely where the valves were, except people who had worked in that plant, in that basement. Who could carry the knowledge of the layout in their bodies the way you carry the layout of your childhood home? 3 men were identified who would go in. Whether they strictly volunteered or were asked and chose to agree is a distinction the historical record blurs somewhat, and perhaps it doesn't matter. The effect was the same. Their names were Alexei Ananenko, Valery Bezpalov, and Boris Baranov. Ananenko was a senior mechanical engineer at the plant, and the crucial qualification was his. He was the one who knew where the valves were. He had been down in that basement. He could get there without the lights on. Bezpalov was another engineer. Baranov was a shift foreman there to coordinate and to manage the physical work of the valves, which would require force. They were given wetsuits. They were given respirators. They were given one flashlight, a single flashlight, between 3 men in a flooded basement under a burning nuclear reactor. They entered the water. Stand in that moment with them for a second. The water was chest deep, higher than that in some sections. And it was completely dark, the kind of dark that exists only underground, the kind where you cannot see your own hand when you raise it in front of your face. It was radioactive. You can't feel radiation. This is the terrible thing about it. Your body receives no signal, experiences no sensation, registers no warning from the nerve endings the way it would register heat, or cold, or pressure. The water was contaminated in a way that was invisible and unfelt, and was happening to them anyway. And the water was warm. Warm in a way that water in a basement shouldn't be. Warm the way it had no business being, warm from the heat of the corium somewhere above and around them, from the residual thermal energy of the reactions still occurring in the debris. They moved through it slowly, carefully, Ananenko navigating by memory and by the weak beam of the flashlight cutting through the dark and reflecting strangely off the water's surface. And they found the first valve, and the valve required effort, required both men working on it, required the particular physical stubbornness that metal develops when it hasn't been moved in years and is now submerged in radioactive water. And they turned it, and they found the second valve. And they turned that one too, and then they got out. The drainage gates opened, the water began to move. It took approximately 10 days to fully drain. The threat from below was removed. The corium, when it eventually reached the floor level, met dry concrete rather than water. The secondary explosion did not happen. Kyiv was not evacuated. The 3 men received radiation doses during those minutes in the water. Significant doses. The kind that accumulate in your tissue and change the calculation of your future health risks, the kind that become a permanent entry in your medical history. The kind that may or may not have been what eventually tilted the balance. Baranov developed health problems in the years that followed. Boris Baranov died in 2005 of what his death certificate listed as heart disease. He was 52 years old. Alexei Ananenko is alive. He went on to work in the nuclear industry for decades after Chernobyl, and he gave interviews in 2024. And in those interviews, he spoke about the darkness and the warmth of the water and the feeling of the valve finally giving way under his hands. He was calm about it. He said they were doing what needed to be done. He seemed, by the accounts of the journalists who spoke with him, like a man who had made his peace with a thing he had done nearly 40 years earlier. Not a man carrying the weight of sacrifice, but a man who had simply been in the right place, with the right knowledge at the right moment and had used it. Valery Bezpalov is also alive. He has given interviews periodically over the years. He lives in Ukraine. The story as it is usually told. 3 heroes descended into the water, 3 heroes died, immediate radiation deaths, supreme sacrifice, martyrdom is not the story. The myth is cleaner. The myth is easier to hold. 3 men went in, and 3 men were consumed, and the crisis was averted by their deaths. And we know what to do with that. We grieve it, we honor it, we make it mean something. The actual story offers no such clean resolution. 2 men went into dark water and turned valves and came back out and went on to live their lives. Ananenko still giving interviews in his 60s, Bezpalov still walking around somewhere in Ukraine. 1 man came back and died in his 50s of a disease that may or may not have been caused by those minutes in the water, and a Soviet state, heaping gratitude and official silence in equal measure, got around to the formal acknowledgement in 2018. 22 years after the fact, 22 years later, when Baranov had already been dead for 13 of them. That delay is its own story. It's the whole story, actually, compressed into a number. The time it takes for a system that has learned to manage its catastrophes by not acknowledging them to turn toward the people who lived through those catastrophes and say, formally, with ceremony, with the weight of state recognition, yes, that was real, and you did something, and we see you. The men had turned the valves in 1986. The water had drained. The city of Kyiv had proceeded into the late Soviet era, and then into independence, and then into decades of its own history. Unaware in any visceral way of how close the geography of that history had come to being different, and Ananenko had gone back to work, and Bezpalov had gone back to work, and Baranov had died. And the recognition had arrived eventually with its medals and its ceremonies and its decades of lateness, and Ananenko had accepted it. He was doing what needed to be done. That is not a tragedy. It is something harder to name than that, and something more true. For many years was 31. 31 people, 2 killed in the initial explosion. 1 by falling debris in the immediate chaos of the night, 1 by what may have been a lethal steam burn sustained while trying to understand what had happened to the reactor he was responsible for. And then 29 who died of acute radiation syndrome in the weeks immediately following the accident. The plant operators who had been in the control room and on the roof and in the turbine hall. The firefighters who had climbed to the roof of the machine hall and walked across pieces of burning graphite in the dark. The first responders who had come because someone told them there was a fire at a chemical plant without telling them anything else. 31. The CIA, it turned out, had better data. American intelligence satellites had been tracking the contamination plume from the moment it appeared on April 26. The release was visible to instruments designed to detect exactly this kind of event. And the Soviet Union's attempts to control information about the accident ran hard against the physical fact that the contamination was in the atmosphere, drifting westward. Depositing on soil and water and measuring instruments across a continent that was not Soviet territory and did not feel obliged to pretend it wasn't happening. The radiation measurements being fed back to Moscow from monitoring stations in the exclusion zone were, in some cases, being reported accurately to Soviet military intelligence while simultaneously being falsified for civilian authorities. The gap between what was known inside certain rooms of the Soviet government and what was acknowledged publicly was not a gap of ignorance. It was a gap of decision. The question of how many people Chernobyl ultimately killed, not in the acute phase, not the 31, but across the years and decades of radiation-related illness, is one of the most contested questions in the history of public health, and the dispute has not ended. And the range of serious scientific estimates from credentialed researchers at credentialed institutions spans an order of magnitude. The World Health Organization in 2005 estimated approximately 4,000 eventual deaths attributable to radiation exposure from the accident. Primarily thyroid cancers and other radiation-induced diseases in the most heavily contaminated areas. The International Agency for Research on Cancer, in a 2006 study led by epidemiologist Elizabeth Cardis, estimated closer to 41,000 deaths across Europe from cancers attributable to Chernobyl radiation. Not just in Ukraine and Belarus and Russia, but distributed across the continent in countries where the deposition was smaller, where individual risk was tiny. But where the populations were large enough that even tiny individual risks accumulate into measurable numbers. Some researchers, using different models of how radiation interacts with human cells at low doses, have estimated figures substantially higher than Cardis. Some environmental organizations have published numbers in the hundreds of thousands, though these figures are contested even among critics of the official estimates. The UN's Chernobyl Forum in 2005 aligned closer to the WHO figure and became the basis for most official statements on the subject. It is the number that governments have tended to use, the number that became entrenched in the official record, the number 4,000, that you will still see cited in encyclopedias and school textbooks and news articles as though it were settled. What accounts for the disagreement between 4,000 and 41,000? Between 41,000 and the higher figures, the core dispute is about something called the linear no-threshold model. The scientific framework that holds that any amount of ionizing radiation increases cancer risk proportionally, with no dose so small that it produces zero harm. Under this model, the Chernobyl plume, which spread across all of Europe and deposited trace amounts of cesium and iodine and strontium on soil and crops and drinking water across dozens of countries, produced a large number of deaths. Diffuse, invisible, spread so thinly across so many millions of people that no individual case is identifiable as Chernobyl's, but present nonetheless in the aggregate statistics of cancer incidence if you know how to look. Under other models, the threshold hypothesis, which suggests that small doses produce no detectable harm and perhaps even stimulate immune responses, those diffuse deaths simply don't exist. This is a real scientific dispute. Both sides have data. Both sides have epidemiologists and physicists and toxicologists. The uncertainty is genuine. What is not disputed, the systematic distortion of the data in the years immediately following the accident made the genuine scientific dispute harder to resolve, and did so at cost to real people. The dosimeters reading 24 rengens per hour when the true dose rate was orders of magnitude higher. This wasn't equipment failure, it was policy. the maximum reading instruments were recalled. Liquidators were sent in with dosimeters that couldn't measure what they were being exposed to, and official records reflected the dosimeter readings rather than the reality. A liquidator who could prove his exposure had been significant could file for compensation. A liquidator whose records showed 24 because 24 was the ceiling of the instrument could not. The gap between what the dosimeter said and what the body was receiving became, over years and decades, a bureaucratic wall between a man with radiation-induced illness and the acknowledgement that the illness was connected to what he'd been sent to do. Some of them pushed back. Some of them gathered their own evidence, organized in the Chernobyl groups that formed throughout the late Soviet period, found researchers willing to study them, documented their histories independently of state records. Some of them won compensation, eventually. Many did not. The death certificates were another instrument of the same distortion. Doctors who were told, explicitly or implicitly, that attributing cause of death to radiation was not the appropriate diagnosis. Leukemia, cardiovascular disease, respiratory failure. These appeared on the certificates of men who had spent months in the exclusion zone. The connection was present in the body, in the blood counts, in the specific patterns of disease. It was not present in the official record. Records were sealed, some records were destroyed, a comprehensive longitudinal health study of the liquidator population. An epidemiological study that would have provided the kind of data needed to resolve the questions that are still being debated. Was planned and funded and then defunded in the early 1990s, when the Soviet Union ceased to exist and the bureaucratic continuity required to maintain such a project dissolved with it. The CIA had been collecting accurate data throughout this period. The people whose bodies the data described were not being told. The disagreement also has a geography that is important to understand. For the WHO's 4,000 figure to be correct, the linear no-threshold model has to be wrong. Or the dispersal data used to calculate population doses across Europe has to be less accurate than the Cardis team believed. For the Cardis figure to be correct, the additional cancers distributed across France and Germany and Scandinavia and the British Isles. Cancers whose Chernobyl origin is statistically present but individually invisible. Ordinary-looking thyroid and leukemia cases indistinguishable from the cancers those populations would have developed anyway. Have to be real. The disagreement is not primarily about the heavily contaminated zone near the reactor, where the elevated rates are clearly measurable. It is about the diffuse tail of the distribution, about very small risks spread across hundreds of millions of people, about the question of whether the sum of very small numbers can add up to a large harm. This is not an academic debate. It has material consequences for how radiation safety standards are set around the world, how nuclear power is regulated, how governments respond to radiological accidents. The people doing the debating are mostly earnest scientists who disagree about the correct interpretation of genuinely difficult data. The difficulty of the data was created, in part, by the deliberate destruction and distortion of the records that would have resolved some of the questions. The liquidator health study that was never completed, the death certificates that attributed causes strategically rather than accurately, the dosimeter data that measured administrative reality rather than physical reality. There is a specific number that sits outside this debate, a number that is not contested, a number that exists because it was measured in clinics and documented in medical records that couldn't be entirely suppressed because the patients were walking in with their symptoms and being treated regardless of what the official policy preferred. 19,233 cases of thyroid cancer in the 3 most affected countries, in people who were children or adolescents in 1986, documented by 2015. That number is measured. That number is not an estimate derived from a model or a calculation applied to a dispersal pattern. That number is 19,233 individual people, individually diagnosed, individually treated. That number is the children who drank the milk. One has a half-life of 8 days. 8 days. It sounds almost hopeful if you say it quickly. A radioactive isotope that decays away in weeks, that doesn't persist in the soil for 30 years the way cesium does. That doesn't wait in the ground for 24,000 years the way plutonium waits. 8 days and it's half gone. 64 days and it's essentially background noise. A few months and it's as though it was never there. The problem is what happens in those 8 days. The problem is a chain of events so ordinary, so domestic, so close to the rhythm of daily life that it becomes almost unbearable to trace. The morning after the explosion, cows were grazing in the fields of northern Ukraine and southern Belarus. The fallout from the plume had been depositing through the night, settling on grass, on leaves, on soil, in the way that particles settle when the wind slows and the air begins to clear. The cows didn't know this. A cow processes the grass it eats the same way it always does. Extracting what it can use, passing the rest on, concentrating certain elements into milk the way all mammals concentrate nutrients for their young. Iodine is one of those elements. The mammary gland pulls iodine from the bloodstream with particular efficiency because iodine is essential for thyroid function in mammals. And milk is designed to support the thyroid development of newborns. The cow's body does not distinguish between stable iodine 127 and radioactive iodine 131. Both are iodine. Both are pulled from the bloodstream and concentrated into milk. The grass had iodine 131 on it. The cow ate the grass. The milk had iodine 131 in it. The milk was collected. Milk collection happened on a schedule, the same schedule it always happened on, because no one had been officially told that anything was wrong with the milk. Because the official information in the days immediately following the accident was fragmentary and incomplete and optimistic in the Soviet way of being optimistic, which is to say it preferred the absence of bad news to the presence of accurate news. The milk was collected and processed and distributed. Some of it was perhaps poured out by people who had heard something, who had some unofficial information, who lived close enough to see the glow on the horizon, and trusted what they saw more than what they were told. Most of it was not poured out. Most of it was delivered, and children drank it. A child's thyroid gland is smaller than an adult's. Smaller means more concentrated. The same amount of iodine deposited into a smaller gland produces a higher dose per gram of tissue. Children's thyroids are also more metabolically active during development, pulling iodine from the bloodstream at higher rates than adult thyroids, which means more radioactive iodine found its way into more thyroid tissue more quickly. The United Nations report concluded that milk was the primary pathway. Approximately 95% of the thyroid dose received by the affected population came through contaminated milk and other dairy products. Not from standing in the open air during the plume passage, not from the ground, not from the water, from the glass on the breakfast table. The doses delivered to children's thyroids in the most heavily contaminated areas of Belarus and northern Ukraine reached as high as 50 gray. A gray is a unit of absorbed radiation dose. 1 joule of energy deposited per kilogram of tissue. To put 50 gray in context, a diagnostic CT scan of the chest delivers roughly 10 to 30 milligray. 50 gray is 2,000 times that. It is a dose that, delivered to the whole body at once, would kill an adult within days. Delivered specifically and only to the thyroid through the mechanism of a glass of milk, it does something slower and more insidious. It irradiates the gland from within, steadily. Over days and weeks, damaging cells, corrupting DNA in ways that may take years to manifest. The thyroid doesn't announce this damage immediately. The thyroid keeps doing its job, producing hormones, regulating metabolism, maintaining the chemical balance that keeps the body functioning. A child who drank contaminated milk in May 1986 would have felt nothing unusual. They went to school, they played outside, they ate dinner. The thyroid continued its quiet work, irradiated, and changed, and the change accumulated in the cells, the way all biological damage accumulates, invisibly, until enough of it has gathered in the right configuration to become something else. 3 to 4 years later, in 1989 and 1990, pediatric oncologists in Belarus and Ukraine began noticing something. Thyroid cancer in children is rare. Rare enough that when it appears it is always notable, because the expected baseline is very low because this particular cancer almost never chooses children as its host. What the doctors were seeing was not rare. What they were seeing was, statistically, impossible unless something had happened that they were not, at first, permitted to say out loud. The rates rose sharply and continued rising through the early 1990s, 100 times higher than baseline in the most affected areas. The children who had been infants and toddlers in 1986 were presenting with thyroid cancers in their preteen years. The children who had been 10 or 12 in 1986 were presenting with them in their late teens. The pattern was unmistakable once you knew what you were looking for, and it matched exactly the pattern predicted by what had been known since the atomic bomb survivors in Japan. That the thyroid is specifically vulnerable to radioactive iodine, that children are more vulnerable than adults, that the damage manifests years after the exposure. 19,233 cases by 2015. That is a large number for a rare cancer. The good news. And there is real good news here, in this story that is mostly not good news, is that thyroid cancer in children, when caught and properly treated, is one of the more survivable cancers. Surgery to remove the thyroid, radioactive iodine treatment to catch any remaining cells, followed by thyroid hormone replacement medication for the rest of the patient's life. The survival rate in treated cases is above 98%. Most of the children of Chernobyl who developed thyroid cancer are alive today. They carry a scar on their throat from the surgery. They take a pill every morning. They manage their medication levels through blood tests. They are alive. But some of the children were 2 years old in 1986 and were diagnosed with cancer at age 8. Some of them underwent surgery before they were 10. Some of them were told by doctors who were navigating a medical and political system that was, for years, uncertain about what it was permitted to say about the relationship between their illness and the accident. Some of them grew up in the space between the knowledge that something had happened to them and the official acknowledgement of what it was, carrying that gap in their bodies the way you carry any unresolved thing. Quietly and with effort, and sometimes at cost, Poland distributed potassium iodide tablets to 18 million people within 48 hours of the accident. The decision was made quickly, by officials who had the information about the plume and acted on it. Potassium iodide, a stable, non-radioactive form of iodine, works by flooding the thyroid with more iodine than it can absorb, so that when the radioactive iodine arrives, there is no room for it. The thyroid is already full. It passes the contaminated iodine through rather than concentrating it. Poland's thyroid cancer rates did not rise. The comparison is methodologically clean and has been reproduced across multiple studies. The countries that distributed potassium iodide in time are the countries whose children did not develop thyroid cancer in the 1990s. The window for effectiveness is approximately 2 hours before significant exposure. A tablet taken before the iodine 131 arrives is a tablet that works. A tablet taken after is, for the purpose of thyroid protection, too late. In the storage rooms in Pripyat, in the emergency supplies that had been carefully stocked and organized and inventoried, the potassium iodide tablets were still sealed in their packages on April 27th, the day the city was evacuated. They were there. They had always been there, part of the emergency preparedness protocol. The emergency had simply not been officially declared in time for the protocol to be enacted. The tablets sat sealed while the milk was delivered. The milk was warm, the mornings were ordinary. The children were hungry after sleep, the way children always are, reaching for the glass on the breakfast table, drinking it down before they went to school. That is the distance between a policy decision and a thyroid surgery. Not a dramatic gap, not a visible gap, not the kind of gap that feels, in the moment, like a gap at all. It feels like a morning. It feels like breakfast. It feels like the perfectly ordinary beginning of a day in a city where nothing unusual is happening. In a country where the official channels have not announced that anything is wrong? In a kitchen where the glass is cold and the milk is fresh and the child is hungry and everything is, as far as anyone can tell, fine. Paint on your walls is dry, and the objects on your shelves are where you left them, and the city outside is doing what cities do in the small hours. Settling, breathing, holding itself together with the invisible maintenance of ordinary life. In Pripyat, the paint is peeling. Not because of radiation specifically. Radiation at the levels present in most of the exclusion zone doesn't attack paint the way it attacks human cells. The paint is peeling because 40 years of freeze-thaw cycles have worked their patient way through it while no one was there to notice. While no one was there to roll a coat of fresh paint over the hairline cracks before they became gaps, before they became the slow collapse of surfaces. The apartment buildings have been standing empty since April 27, 1986, surrendered to weather and root and the kind of time that only accumulates in the absence of people. Walk through what Pripyat looks like now, based on the accounts of those who have been authorized to enter, based on the documented surveys, and the photographs taken by researchers and journalists and, before 2022, the many thousands of tourists who came here every year to stand in a place where the ordinary world stopped. The apartment buildings, 16-story concrete towers, built in the Soviet style, identical in the way that Soviet construction was ideologically identical. A vision of rational uniformity that the lilac-smelling spring used to soften at the edges. Have trees growing through them in places where water found a way in, and seeds found the water. Birch trees, mostly. Birch is patient and opportunistic. It will root in a crack in a wall if the crack offers enough to work with. The buildings have been cracking for 40 years. The birches have been working on them for almost as long. On the upper floors of some buildings, where roof sections have partially collapsed, the light comes in from above, and small forests have established themselves on the concrete floor. The gymnasium floor, which was parquet wood, is broken through in patches by root systems that have been working at it since the late 1980s. The pool. Pripyat had a swimming pool, a proper one with tiered seating for competitions, because this was a model city with model facilities. Is empty now, its tiles cracked, and lifting, its water long gone, the mineral deposits left by decades of drainage visible as pale streaks on the pale walls. The pool was abandoned mid-maintenance cycle, the paint on one wall only half stripped, the tools still where the workers left them, in the school. School number 1, Pripyat, which educated the children of the plant workers. There are gas masks laid out on the desks in one of the classrooms. They were not left there by the evacuating students in April 1986. The students left in a hurry, told to bring 2 days of belongings and nothing more, told they would be back soon. They left their textbooks and their drawings and their pencil cases. The gas masks on the desks are a composition, an arrangement made by the first photographers who entered the school and found the atmosphere they had come to document and helped it along slightly. Moved things to reinforce what they saw, or thought they saw, which was the scene of an interrupted childhood. The gas masks appeared in the photographs. The photographs appeared in newspapers and magazines and, later, on every website about Chernobyl. Subsequent visitors found the gas masks on the desks and believed they had always been there, and the image became one of the iconic images of the abandoned zone. A symbol assembled mostly by photographers rather than history, but a symbol that has, through repetition, become more real than its origins. The children's drawings, though, those are real. The books left in apartments are real. The crumbling photo albums, their photographs still visible beneath the foxed and warped pages, are real. The wedding china still in display cases, placed there by young couples who had set up a household with the expectation of using it. The porcelain figurines on shelves that have slumped slightly as the walls shifted through decades of expansion and contraction. The shoes in the hallway, the coat on the hook by the door. The small objects that constitute a life, left exactly where they were on the night of April 27th when someone knocked on the door and said, "You need to leave now, bring 2 days of things. You will be back soon." They were not back soon. The Ferris wheel is still there. Yellow cars, or what was yellow, 40 years of sun and frost have faded them to something between cream and pale gold. The wheel itself is still structurally present, though the steel is rusting, though the bearings have seized, though there is now nothing on Earth that could make it turn. It was scheduled to open for May Day celebrations, May 1st, 1986, 5 days after the explosion. It had been assembled, tested, inspected. The children of Pripyat had seen it from their classroom windows and from the windows of the school buses and had known that it was coming, that soon they would ride it, that May Day was almost here. It never turned under passengers. It stands in the amusement park in the southeastern part of the city, in a space that has been overtaken by grass and small trees, and it is the most photographed single object in Chernobyl tourism, which was, before February 2022, a significant industry, roughly 100,000 visitors per year making the authorized tour. Riding in organized groups from the checkpoint at the edge of the zone, standing in the reactor's shadow, walking the streets of Pripyat in the company of guides, taking photographs of the wheel, and the school and the pool and the apartment buildings with the birch trees growing through their upper floors. The Russian invasion changed this. In February 2022, Russian military forces crossed from Belarus and occupied the Chernobyl exclusion zone as part of their advance toward Kyiv. They were in the zone for weeks. Soldiers dug trenches in the Red Forest. The area directly west of the reactor, named for the color, the pine trees turned in the weeks after the explosion as the radiation killed them. A reddish-brown that gave the forest its name before the trees fell, and the ground stayed hot for decades. The Red Forest is one of the most contaminated areas in the entire exclusion zone. The soil there has been accumulating radionuclides for 36 years at the point those soldiers arrived. It is not soil you walk through carelessly. It is certainly not soil you dig into. The soldiers dug into it. They dug trenches in the Red Forest without protective equipment, without dosimetry, in the cold of winter, turning over ground that had been quietly accumulating cesium and strontium and americium since 1986. Ukrainian officials reported that some soldiers developed symptoms consistent with radiation exposure during their occupation. The soldiers left eventually as the Kyiv offensive stalled and the Russian forces withdrew from that front. The exclusion zone returned to Ukrainian control. The trenches in the Red Forest are still there. The wildlife, meanwhile, has had the zone to itself for the entire 40 years and has done what wildlife does when people stop managing the landscape. It has come back. The irony of Chernobyl's ecology is one of the most discussed in modern environmental science because it cuts against the intuitive story. This should be a dead zone. Contaminated ground, hot soil, mutation rates elevated above background, a place where biology has been damaged. And those things are all true, to varying degrees, in various species, in various parts of the zone. Studies have found elevated mutation rates in certain insects. Studies have found reduced reproduction and survival in some bird populations closest to the reactor. The biological effects are real. But the absence of people is also a biological effect, the most powerful one. Human beings don't just use the land they occupy, they transform it fundamentally, excluding or reducing competing life at every scale from the megafauna down to the microbiome. When the people left Chernobyl, the land didn't just recover. It accelerated, rushing into the space that human management had been holding closed for decades. Wolves in the exclusion zone exist at population densities 7 times higher than in the surrounding managed forests. Brown bears, which had been absent from the region for generations before the accident, have established breeding populations and expanded their range. European bison graze in meadows that used to be kolkhoz fields. Lynx move through the forest corridors, the Przewalski's horse. One of the rarest equine species in the world, a species that was effectively extinct in the wild by the mid-20th century, was reintroduced experimentally in the Chernobyl zone in 1998 and has established a self-sustaining population. They move through the abandoned villages. They graze the meadows that have grown up through the cracked pavement. And then there are the dogs. There are somewhere between 900 and 1,000 stray dogs living in the exclusion zone at any given time. They are the biological descendants of the dogs that were left behind in April 1986. The pets and working dogs that chased the buses as they left, that followed as far as they could follow and then stopped, that lived on what the zone offered, and over 40 years and many generations became something different from what they had been. They form packs, they have territories. Some of them have grown comfortable enough with the specific human presence of plant workers and researchers to follow people around, to appear at checkpoints, to accept food, to acquire names. Wildlife biologists have been vaccinating them, tagging them, tracking their movements and their health. Trying to understand what 40 generations of low-level radiation exposure has done to their genome. And also what it hasn't done, what is surprisingly ordinary about a dog that was born in the most contaminated landscape in Europe. Some of the dogs have been adopted internationally. They are living in apartments in other countries now. Dogs from Chernobyl, sleeping in houses where the walls are intact. And the windows keep the weather out and the paint is dry and the ordinary world is proceeding at its usual pace around them. There are no people in Pripyat now, but the exclusion zone is not entirely without people. The plant itself is still in active decommissioning. Managed by Ukrainian workers who rotate in and out, who are monitored, who understand the landscape they're working in. And then there are the self-settlers, the elderly residents who refused to leave in 1986, or who left and eventually came back. Drawn by something that is hard to name, but seems to have to do with the specific quality of the land where you were born and grew up. The knowledge that this is your ground even if the government has declared it otherwise. At the peak, there were over 1,000 self-settlers in the zone. Now there are far fewer. The ones who stayed in 1986 are in their 80s and 90s. Some of them are dying naturally of age, of the ordinary accumulation of years. But they have stayed. They tend small gardens where the soil permits. They keep the churches open on holy days. The Orthodox churches in the villages which have continued to hold services for the congregation that stayed. They are the only continuous human presence in a landscape that has otherwise been emptied for 40 years. The only people who have watched the whole arc of what happened here from beginning to present, who remember the city before, and have watched the forest take it back. They are very quiet people, by most accounts. They do not seem, in the interviews that journalists occasionally make the journey to conduct, like people who are afraid. They seem like people who are home. 4 in concrete was made in the first weeks of May 1986, while the corium was still making its way toward the floor. And the debate about what would happen if it reached the water was still unresolved, and the scale of what had happened was still being processed by everyone, including the people who had to decide what to do about it. The original structure, the object shelter, though the word that stuck was the sarcophagus, and it is easy to understand why, was built in 206 days. This is an extraordinary piece of construction in several ways, not least of which is that it was built in an environment where the workers could not always stay long enough to finish a single task before they had to be rotated out, or placed by fresh workers who would receive a portion of the allowed dose before being rotated out themselves. Helicopters dropped lead and boron and sand and dolomite into the reactor's crater to suppress the fire and reduce the emission of radioactive particles into the atmosphere. Concrete was poured by remote-controlled vehicles where the radiation levels permitted remote-controlled vehicles, and by human workers where they didn't, which was often. The workers who poured the concrete on the upper sections of the structure moved quickly, in short windows, with dosimeters they understood were not measuring the full truth. What emerged in 206 days was massive and crude and necessary. It sealed the remaining reactor contents from direct contact with the atmosphere. It reduced the visible, acute release of radioactive particles. It allowed the land around the plant to begin the very slow process of becoming something other than immediately lethal. A process that continues today and will continue for the duration of the plutonium's half-life, which is to say the foreseeable future of civilization. The sarcophagus was also, as its builders knew while they were building it, temporary. Designed for a lifespan of 20 to 30 years, built fast with improvised solutions to problems that had no prior solutions. Held together in places by a structural logic that relied heavily on the rubble it was encasing as part of its own support. It began to deteriorate almost immediately. Water got in through gaps in the roof. Steel corroded, concrete sections settled unevenly. By the 1990s, the questions around the structure's integrity had become urgent enough that international conversations about a replacement had already begun. Conversations that would eventually involve 45 countries and nearly a decade and a half of engineering work. The new safe confinement, the structure that now stands over Reactor number 4, was designed over roughly 2 decades and built between 2010 and 2016, and its dimensions are worth sitting with for a moment because they don't behave like numbers should behave. They behave like numbers from a different register of human experience, the register where we build cathedrals. It is 108 meters tall. That is roughly the height of a 35-story building, a skyscraper by the standards of most cities, a structure visible from kilometers away, a structure whose scale you would feel in your body if you stood at its base and looked up, and yet its height is almost incidental to what it is. Because its function is not to be tall, but to be large. And its width, 257 meters, is more than twice its height, a dimension that makes it feel less like a building and more like terrain. It weighs 36,000 tons. To move it into position, engineers constructed a massive parallel rail system beside the original sarcophagus, and the new safe confinement was assembled on those rails, and then, in November 2016, with hydraulic jacks operating in coordinated sequence, it was slid into place over the ruined reactor. Not lifted by cranes, not assembled in position, slid. The largest movable land structure in human history, moving inch by inch on its rails, covering in a single slow movement what 4 decades of contamination had made into the dark heart of the event. It is designed to last 100 years. It is equipped with remote-controlled cranes that can eventually be used to dismantle the original sarcophagus from the inside. From the safe side of the confinement, where people can work and breathe without dosimetry counting down their minutes. The full decommissioning of the site is projected to be complete around 2065, which places it just at the edge of what is plannable with any confidence. Just at the horizon where the people who will do the work have not yet been born. The total cost of the accident and its aftermath, cleanup, medical response, resettlement compensation, health monitoring programs, the decommissioning work, and the new safe confinement itself, is estimated at roughly $41 billion in current values. The NSC alone cost approximately €1.5 billion, contributed by governments across Europe and beyond. A collective acknowledgement that what happened at Chernobyl was not a Ukrainian problem or a Soviet problem, but a problem that had dispersed across the continent with the spring wind and required a proportional response. And inside all of it, inside the NSC and the original sarcophagus it contains and the rubble of the reactor building the sarcophagus was built around, is the elephant's foot. The name comes from its shape, roughly circular in cross-section, wider at the base, irregular and lumpen and dark. Sitting in the basement of the destroyed building, the way a geological intrusion sits in rock. As though it had always been there, as though it had formed from the earth itself rather than from the catastrophic chemistry of a reactor meltdown. It was first photographed in December 1986, about 8 months after the explosion. When engineers used a remote camera to document what was in the basement because no human could go there and return. The photographs show a dark, pocked surface, brown-black, with a texture somewhere between volcanic rock and industrial slag, irregular protrusions and cavities. A mass that does not look manufactured because it wasn't. It was produced by the fusion of uranium fuel, zirconium, graphite, and concrete under conditions of extreme heat and pressure, and it flowed, and it cooled, and it became the elephant's foot. And the elephant's foot became the most radioactive object on the surface of the Earth. In 1986, A person standing within a few meters of the elephant's foot would receive a lethal dose in approximately 5 minutes. The radiation field at that time measured in the tens of thousands of roentgens per hour. A 2-minute exposure would cause dizziness and nausea within hours. 10 minutes, radiation sickness within days. 30 minutes, death within weeks. It has cooled since then. The shorter-lived isotopes have decayed. The acute radiation of the immediate aftermath has diminished. Today, the dose rate near the elephant's foot is approximately 800 roentgens per hour. This is still lethal with extended exposure. It is still a place that places hard limits on the time a person can spend near it. It is still warm. You can feel the heat radiating from it at close range, the residual thermal energy of the fission products still decaying inside the mass, still generating heat. Still doing the slow work of becoming something slightly less energetic than what they were. The elephant's foot weighs around 2 tons. It contains a significant fraction of the original reactor core's fuel. Uranium, plutonium, their decay products, mixed with the concrete and sand and graphite that the molten mass dissolved and incorporated as it moved. It is not going anywhere. It cannot be moved safely by any technology currently available. It sits in the dark beneath the new safe confinement and the original sarcophagus, warm, emitting, present, waiting for 2065 when the plan. The current best human plan says we will have a way to deal with it. The decommissioning is projected for 2065. The structure designed to contain it for the next century was slid into place in 2016. What comes after 2116, when the NSC reaches the end of its design life, is listed in the planning documents as to be determined. To be determined. The most honest 3 words in any document about Chernobyl's future. There is something worth sitting with in the sheer duration of that gap. Between what happened in 1986 and what will be resolved in 2065. Between the structure currently standing and the structure that will need to replace it in 100 years, between the accident and the end of dealing with the accident. The people who were born the year of the disaster are now 40 years old. The people who will complete the decommissioning of the site have not yet started school. The people who will need to design and build whatever succeeds the new safe confinement in 2116 are not yet born. And the plutonium that was deposited in the soil of the Red Forest in 1986 will still be present, in approximately the same concentrations. When all of them have lived their lives and the question of Chernobyl has passed from living memory into history, into something older and quieter than history, every human institution that currently exists will be unrecognizable by the time the plutonium has halved once. The governments, the companies, the universities, the legal frameworks. All of it will have changed beyond recognition, dissolved and reformed and dissolved again. In the 24,000 years it takes for the plutonium-239 in the Red Forest to become half of what it is now. The most honest acknowledgement in any Chernobyl planning document is that some things were set in motion on April 26, 1986 that will still be in motion when no one alive today is alive to see them resolved. And that the best we can do, with the engineering and the resources and the foresight we have, is to design structures and plans that buy the next generation of people the time they need to figure out what comes next. The new safe confinement bought 100 years. It is the most we knew how to do. Reactor number 4. Mikhail Gorbachev said nothing in public about it. 18 days. He was the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the most powerful position in the most powerful communist state in the world, a man who had been in office for just over a year, who had come in with reform intentions and a particular vision of what the Soviet Union could become if it were allowed to be more honest about what it was. He had named this vision glasnost openness. He had been saying, in the careful theoretical language of Soviet political speech, that the system needed to acknowledge its problems in order to address them. That truth had a functional role in governance. That information withheld from decision-makers, or citizens created the conditions for exactly the kinds of failures that the system could not afford. And then the worst nuclear accident in history occurred in his country, and for 18 days he said nothing. He was not in those 18 days uninformed. The intelligence services knew what had happened essentially from the first hours. The military had data, the scientific establishment was mobilizing. Gorbachev was receiving reports. The 18 days of silence were not the silence of ignorance, but the silence of a system processing the implications of what had happened against the backdrop of everything the system had taught itself to believe about what was possible, and finding the implications. Still too large to speak aloud, when Gorbachev did speak on May 14, 1986, his speech was significant for what it contained and what it revealed. He used the word catastrophe, a word the Soviet state did not habitually apply to events on its own soil, a word that acknowledged scale and consequence rather than managing them. He praised the workers who had responded. He also criticized the United States and Western Europe for what he framed as exploiting the accident for Cold War advantage, which was the expected register, the language that the system required. The performance of the adversarial framing, even in the context of an acknowledgement that something had gone very wrong. But something had shifted, or was shifting, and the shift would prove irreversible. Think about what Chernobyl revealed as a demonstration of how systems fail. The RBMK reactor had a design flaw. A specific, known, documented flaw, the positive void coefficient, and the positive Scram effect. The reactor's tendency under certain conditions to amplify the very reaction the control rods were meant to arrest. This flaw had been identified and described in an internal safety report in 1983. The report existed in the system. The people who ran the system had access to it. The operators of the RBMK reactors across the Soviet Union did not have access to it, had not been told, had been permitted to work under assumptions about their reactor's behavior that were incorrect in the conditions the April 26 test created. The flaw was in the reactor's design. The silence about the flaw was in the culture. The culture was Soviet, but it was also the culture of any large institution that has learned to manage its problems by not fully acknowledging them. The culture that treats the acknowledgement of a flaw as more dangerous than the flaw itself. Because acknowledging the flaw requires assigning responsibility, and responsibility requires admitting that the system is not what it was said to be. The system had been saying it was safe. The reactor had exploded. You can tell people that the system works. You can tell them this through every channel available. The newspapers, the television, the schools, the workplace, the machinery of official communication that a one-party state has at its disposal and knows how to use, and people will believe you. Or they will perform belief because performing belief is what's required, or they will simply not have access to the information that would allow them to believe or disbelieve otherwise. The controlled information environment is not a conspiracy so much as a feature. A feature that emerges naturally from the structure of systems that cannot afford honest feedback. That have developed elaborate mechanisms for making problems disappear into paperwork before they reach the level where they would require action. And then a reactor explodes in a way that reactors cannot explode. In a way that the official statements of safety said was impossible. And the plume drifts west over Poland and Scandinavia, and the Swedish workers arriving at a nuclear plant find themselves contaminated. And the Swedish government traces the contamination and announces publicly where it came from, and the information is in too many places now, in too many bodies. In instruments across a continent that is not Soviet territory and does not feel obliged to report 24 when the instrument reads much higher. The lie had been visible for years to people who were looking carefully. Chernobyl made it visible to everyone. The dosimeter policy. The decision to recall instruments capable of reading above a certain level and replace them with instruments that would record 24 regardless of the actual dose. This was not a secret kept from one person while revealed to another. It was a policy, a systemic decision, a choice made at multiple levels. Thousands of people knew that the dosimeters were lying. Thousands of people knew that the death certificates were wrong. Thousands of people knew that the health study had been funded and then defunded, and why. Each of those thousands of people, when they knew, understood that they were in the presence of a mechanism. A mechanism for managing what was officially true, a mechanism that existed throughout the system, that was not specific to Chernobyl but had simply been made undeniable by Chernobyl. In Ukraine and Belarus, the Chernobyl groups began to form. Citizens' organizations organized around the accident. Around liquidators, around evacuees, around the communities that had been told their land was safe and were watching their children get cancer. These groups had something new: evidence. They had medical records, they had dosimeter data, carefully kept and hidden from the authorities who would have managed it otherwise. They had bodies. You cannot tell a liquidator's wife that her husband's leukemia is unrelated to 18 months of cleanup work in the exclusion zone if she has his blood tests from 1987. And she has found the other liquidators with the same pattern of illness, and she has found the researcher in Kiev who is willing to study them and say publicly what the data says. The Chernobyl groups became the first organized civil society in the Soviet republics in decades that the state found difficult to dismiss or absorb. They were not ideologically radical in the traditional sense. They were not demanding the overthrow of the system on theoretical grounds. They were demanding acknowledgement of specific events, specific harms, specific failures. They were demanding that the gap between what happened and what was officially said to have happened be closed. This demand, which sounds modest and bureaucratic when you phrase it that way, was in practice revolutionary, because closing that gap required admitting that the system that had been managing the gap was not what it had said it was. The Chernobyl groups became independence movements. The organizational structures built around the accident became the organizational structures through which people who had learned to question official accounts of one thing learned to question official accounts of other things. The economy, the political system, the history of their own republics, the nature of their relationship with Moscow. Ukraine declared independence in 1991. Gorbachev said in 2006, 20 years after the explosion, reflecting on everything that had followed, that Chernobyl was perhaps the true cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union, more than Afghanistan, more than economic stagnation, more than the internal structural contradictions that analysts had been writing about for years. The nuclear meltdown at Chernobyl, he said, was perhaps the real cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union 5 years later. What he meant, and what the history seems to confirm, is that Chernobyl did not cause the collapse. The way a trigger causes a mechanism to fire. It revealed the mechanism. It demonstrated, in a form that couldn't be falsified, that the system had been producing catastrophes and hiding them, that the hiding was structural and not incidental. And that in a world where Swedish monitoring stations could detect Soviet radiation and Western satellites could track Soviet plumes, the hiding was no longer reliable as a management strategy. Glasnost, which Gorbachev had intended as a controlled opening, a strategic acknowledgement designed to strengthen the system by making it less brittle, was transformed by Chernobyl into something that couldn't be controlled anymore because the information was already out, already in the atmosphere, already in the bodies of hundreds of thousands of people who knew what had happened to them even if the official record said otherwise. Svetlana Alexievich, who would win the Nobel Prize in Literature in 2015, spent years after the accident traveling through Ukraine and Belarus and Russia, sitting in apartments and hospitals and kitchens, collecting testimonies from liquidators and evacuees and doctors and firefighters' families. She collected them the way you collect the evidence of something that the official record will not hold. Carefully, one voice at a time, knowing that the voices were the only record that couldn't be sealed or destroyed because they existed in the mouths and memories of living people. Her book opens with Lyudmila Ignatenko, Vasily Ignatenko's wife, the firefighter's wife, in the hospital in Moscow, holding her husband's hand while his body dissolved from the inside, refusing to leave him, and being told by the doctors that she was endangering her own life and the life of their unborn child, and refusing to leave him anyway. The world has been split in two, Alexievich said. After many interviews with many people who had lived through or been shaped by or lost something to what happened in that control room on April 26th. There is the world before Chernobyl and the world after Chernobyl. She meant the physical world. The world of isotopes and half-lives, the world where certain patches of soil are different from what they were before, where the thyroid cancer rates in certain cohorts are different, where the wolves walk through the streets of a city that was emptied in 3 hours, but she also meant the world of what official language can contain and what it cannot. The world of the statement and the silence and the gap between them where the truth accumulates, slowly over years and decades, waiting for the moment when it becomes too large to be managed. That moment came in April 1986, in the 14th second after Alexander Akimov pressed the scram button, and the power did not decrease. Everything after that was consequence. 2,600 square kilometers. You could fit the state of Rhode Island inside it and have room left over at the edges. It is a large piece of the earth to have been given over to this purpose. Not to agriculture, not to industry, not to the ordinary accumulation of human life, but to the long duration of a contamination that will outlast every institution currently operating on the planet. The zone is not empty. It is full, in fact. Full of forest that has grown back through cracked pavement, full of wolves and bears and horses and dogs, full of the buildings that were left standing when everyone left. Full of the particular quality of silence that exists only in places where there used to be a great deal of noise. It has been fenced since 1986. The fences are maintained. The checkpoints are staffed by Ukrainian workers who understand the landscape they're guarding and take the responsibility seriously, because the landscape asks for seriousness. Because the things buried in it are patient and will wait for any gap in attention to find their way out into the wider world. Inside the zone, the contamination will be present in measurable amounts for durations that exceed any human planning horizon. Not by a little, but by orders of magnitude. Cesium-137, the most significant contaminant in terms of the area it affected, has a 30-year half-life. The cesium deposited in 1986 will still be present in the soil, in reduced amounts, in 2056, and 2086 and 2116. The strontium-90 that found its way into bones and teeth and the food chain of the affected regions decays on a similar timeline. 29 years. These are the optimistic numbers, the isotopes that at least have the courtesy to diminish on a timescale we can comprehend. And then there is the plutonium. Plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,110 years, 24,000 years. To feel the full weight of that number, you need to hold it against other numbers. The pyramids at Giza are roughly 5,000 years old. Stonehenge is older, perhaps 6,000 years from its first construction. The cave paintings at Lascaux, which are among the oldest large-scale works of art made by human hands, are approximately 17,000 years old. The plutonium deposited in the soil of the Red Forest in April 1986 will still be there, in approximately the same quantities. When whatever civilization exists 24,000 years from now is as remote in time from us as we are from the people who painted horses and aurochs on cave walls by firelight. 24,000 years from now, the new safe confinement will have been rebuilt multiple times. The current structure is designed for 100 years, and what comes after the current structure is, in the planning documents, listed as to be determined. 24,000 years from now, the Ferris wheel in Pripyat's amusement park will be iron oxide and scattered memory. 24,000 years from now, the city that smelled like lilacs and was emptied in 3 hours will be so thoroughly returned to forest that its existence will be known, if it is known at all, only by the isotopic signature in the soil. A trace of cesium and plutonium in the deep layers, anomalous, unexplained. A message from 1986 that will outlast every word ever written about what happened there. The total release from Chernobyl has been estimated at roughly 400 times the radioactive content of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The comparison is imperfect, as all such comparisons are. Different isotopes, different dispersal patterns, different geometries of exposure, different populations affected in different ways. But it gives you the scale. 400 Hiroshimas released not in a single instant, but over days and weeks, dispersed across a continent by the ordinary movement of air. Deposited on soil and crops and the leaves of trees and the fur of the animals that moved through those trees. The elephant's foot is still in the basement, still warm, still emitting. Still present in the dark beneath the largest movable structure ever built, in the dark where almost no one goes, in the dark where the instruments read 800 roentgens per hour. And the shorter-lived isotopes have decayed while the longer-lived ones continue their patient work. The decommissioning team. The people who will eventually, by current plan, dismantle what remains inside the new safe confinement using remote-controlled machinery. Are people who have not yet been born. They will be born in the 2030s or 2040s, grow up in a world where Chernobyl is history rather than current events, and spend a portion of their professional lives solving problems that have been waiting 40 years and more for them to arrive. The self-settlers are still there, in the villages that official maps describe as uninhabited. Fewer of them now than 10 years ago, fewer still than 20 years ago, the population dwindling as the people who stayed in 1986 reach the ends of lives that were, by the available evidence, not significantly shortened by staying. The self-settlers have been studied carefully, and their health outcomes are complicated, and the story is not as simple as they defied the zone and paid a price. Some of them are in their 90s. Some of them have outlived neighbors who left. Some of them will tell you, and have told the journalists who make the journey, that they feel fine, that the land is their land, that the idea of dying somewhere else was simply not something they were willing to accept. The younger self-settlers, the people who have moved in by choice in recent decades, are a different story, drawn by the silence, or the land, or the specific quality of a place that has been returned to something other than human management. They tend gardens, some of them keep bees. Some of them are, by their own account, the happiest they have ever been, living in a place where the ordinary demands and pressures of the world that exists outside the fence have been suspended, where the pace of time is different, where you can hear the wolves at night. He turned the valves in the dark water in May 1986 and came back out and went on to work in the nuclear industry and is now in his 60s. Giving occasional interviews with the calm of a man who has made his peace with an extraordinary moment in his life and has not allowed the myth that grew up around him to replace the actual memory. He knows what happened. He was there. The myth says he died. He is alive to correct it, and he does. Lyudmila Ignatenko is still alive in Kyiv. Her testimony is preserved in Alexievich's book, in the opening section, in the sentences that describe holding Vasily's hand and refusing to be moved, her unborn child. The child she was carrying when she sat in the Moscow hospital refusing to leave, did not survive. The radiation exposure during those weeks was too much for a fetus. Lyudmila survived and went on to live her life in the city that was, not incidentally, 300 miles from the reactor that Vasily Ignatenko died trying to fight on the night he thought he was fighting a fire at a chemical plant. The children who drank the milk in 1986 are now in their 40s and 50s. The ones who developed thyroid cancer have, in the large majority of cases, survived it. The scar on the throat, the pill in the morning, the blood tests every 6 months for the rest of their lives. Some of them have had children of their own, and those children are now adults. And the question of whether the radiation damage passes in ways that can be measured across generations is still being studied, still being contested. Still accumulating data at the pace that biology accumulates data, which is to say slowly, and in the bodies of people who are living their lives without waiting for the science to resolve. The preliminary evidence suggests that transgenerational effects in humans are smaller than the early fears predicted. This is a relief. It is not nothing. The firefighters who first arrived at reactor number 4, Pravik and Kibanok and Titenok and Ignatenko and the others, are honored by a monument in the town of Chernobyl, not far from the checkpoint into the zone. visitors leave things there. They leave flowers and small objects and, in the tradition of the exclusion zone, stuffed animals at the school, photographs at certain walls. The small material weight of grief and acknowledgement that people carry to places where something large happened and need to put down somewhere before they leave. The dogs descended from the 1986 strays are vaccinated annually by teams from the Clean Futures Fund, a nonprofit that has been working with the Chernobyl dog population since 2017. The dogs are tagged, tracked, studied, and sometimes adopted internationally. A Chernobyl dog living in an apartment in Berlin or Chicago. The biological heir of a dog that ran after a bus in April 1986 and stopped at the edge of the road and watched everyone leave. Some of them are gentle, and some of them are feral, and some of them are somewhere in between. And they move through the zone, the way they have always moved through it. Along routes that existed before any of this happened and will persist after the last monument has crumbled. The Ferris wheel is still standing. It is degrading. The steel is deeply rusted now. The cables have mostly failed. The cars have faded from yellow to the color of old paper. But the frame is still there, still standing in the amusement park that has been returned to meadow. Still marking the place where the ordinary expectation of pleasure was stored and never retrieved. Engineers who have assessed its structural integrity estimate it has perhaps a few more decades before it becomes genuinely unsafe. At some point, it will need to be taken down. It has never turned under passengers, and it never will. The lilacs, though. The lilacs in Pripyat are still blooming, or their descendants are. Lilacs naturalize. They spread by root and by seed and by the patient logic of a plant that has been given 40 years with no competition from gardeners or landscapers or the ordinary maintenance of a city in operation. They have spread through the courtyards and along the edges of buildings and into the open spaces where the pavement has cracked enough to allow root systems to work. Every spring, in the empty city, in the city that smelled like spring on the night of April 25, 1986, while 49,360 people slept with their windows open and the lights of the plant glowed steady on the horizon. Every spring, the lilacs come back. There is no one to smell them. There is no one to leave a window open on a warm April night and let the sweetness in. No one to lie in bed half asleep with the scent of spring coming through the curtain and the comfortable weight of ordinary life pressing them down into sleep. The city is empty. The lilacs bloom in an empty city, for the wolves and the birds and the small persistent insects that have no history, that don't know what this place was. But the blooming continues anyway. The lilacs don't require an audience. They do what they do because the light is there, because the warmth is there, because it's spring, because that is what they do in spring. Right now, wherever you are in the world, the air around you is safe. Let that settle into your body for a moment. Let it become physical, not just a fact, but a sensation. The air moving in and out of your lungs with each breath. Clean, ordinary, carrying nothing that your body doesn't know how to process. The walls around you are solid. The temperature is what it is because someone maintained it, because the ordinary infrastructure of ordinary life is working the way it works when nothing has interrupted it. You are somewhere warm and ordinary and intact. You are very far from Pripyat, even if you are in Ukraine, even if you are in Kiev, 300 miles south of the reactor. You are very far from what happened there in terms of everything that matters for this moment, this breath, this weight of your body against whatever surface it's resting on. 40 years ago, in a city of young people that smelled like spring, a man named Alexander Akimov pressed a button at 1:23 in the morning. And the button did the opposite of what buttons are designed to do, and the failure was not his failure alone. It was assembled from 100 institutional decisions and 1,000 silences and a design flaw in a document that had been filed and not distributed. And it was waiting for exactly the night when all the conditions would align, and on that night, the conditions aligned. His last recorded words were, "We did everything correctly." Why? He was not wrong, exactly. He had followed the procedures. The procedures had been built on assumptions that were incorrect, and the assumptions had been maintained by a system that could not afford to correct them. And the system had built a trap from silence and institutional habit, and the specific gravity of nuclear bureaucracy, and the trap had been waiting in the reactor for years. Akimov had not built the trap. He had stumbled into it on a shift he hadn't been scheduled for, tired from the 12-hour delay, running a test he'd inherited from the day shift, doing what he was supposed to do. We did everything correctly. The question that follows that sentence, the why that followed it in Akimov's hospital bed and follows it still in every account of what happened, is the question that opens onto everything. The design, the culture, the system, the 36 years of Soviet nuclear development that had produced the RBMK and its undisclosed flaws. The 40 years since that have produced everything from the new safe confinement to the wildlife refuge to the self-settlers tending their gardens and the dosimeter records that said 24. The answer to the why is long. The answer is the story we've been telling, all the way from the lilacs blooming through the open windows to the corium still warm in the basement. All the way from Natasha Yevchenko sleeping with the curtains open to Lyudmila Ignatenko in the Moscow hospital refusing to leave her husband's hand. All the way from the children who drank the milk to the doctors who treated the thyroid cancer 30 years later. All the way from the 3 men who went into the dark water with a single flashlight to the medal they received 22 years after the fact. The answer is, the system contained a trap. The trap was built over decades from decisions that each seemed reasonable in isolation and were catastrophic in combination. The people who fell into the trap were, most of them, people doing what they had been trained to do, doing what the system required of them. Doing it on a night like any other night in the spring when the lilacs were blooming. And the air was warm and the windows were open and nothing in the world suggested that everything was about to change. Most nights, nothing changes. Most nights, the reactor hums in its ordinary way, the shift workers drink their tea and watch their instruments and go home at the end of their shift. The city sleeps. The lilacs bloom and no one notes them particularly except as a pleasant fact of the season. Tonight is a night like most nights. The ordinary world is doing what it does. The infrastructure is holding. The air is what it should be. The walls are solid. The night outside is proceeding according to its nature, moving through its hours the way nights move, quiet and unhurried and entirely indifferent to history. In the exclusion zone, it is very quiet now. The spring is coming to the zone, the way it comes every year, the way it came in 1986. And in the empty city, the birch trees are beginning to bud again and the lilacs are preparing to bloom again in the courtyards of the apartment buildings and along the paths that used to be maintained and are now returning to something older than paths. The wolves are moving somewhere in the dark of the forest that used to be fields. The Ferris wheel is standing in the meadow that used to be an amusement park. The elephant's foot is warm in the basement beneath the largest movable structure ever built. And the lilacs are coming. Whatever else is true about this place, whatever the next 100 years hold, and the 100 years after that, and the 1,000 years beyond those. The lilacs will come back in April. They came back in 1987, 1 year after, when the radiation was still high enough to damage the flowers. And the city was empty and the zone was new and raw, and no one was there to see them. They came back in 1996, in 2006, in 2016. In every spring since, without exception, without anyone to tend them or notice them or let their sweetness through an open window. They're coming back now. Wherever you are somewhere the air is safe and the night is ordinary. Let the weight of where you are press down into you, the particular warmth of the surfaces your body is resting on, the specific quality of the silence around you. There is nothing you need to do with any of this. The history, the numbers, the half-lives, the people who did what they could in the circumstances they were given. It is all very far from you, and it will keep until morning. The zone is quiet, the wolves are quiet, the empty city is proceeding through its night the way empty cities do. Slowly, without urgency, belonging entirely to itself. Let your breath go slow. The lilacs are coming. Sleep now.
you